And then after that, this is also questionable. It's in the tech stack for the company that I'm gonna try for, but we'll see if that's actually necessary. I'm still waiting on their feedback to sort of point me in the direction of what specifically I need to learn to pass their technical interview and their training sort of camp. I don't know. So this is subject to change, but the preliminary idea for now, just to have something to work towards, is this. All right. So without any further ado, let's go. Okay. So event types. We finished with events yesterday. Yesterday's stream was a little bit fragmented because wait, I think I got disconnected once and then I had to leave during lunch. So there's like 3 VODs that I'm going to have to either download them and stitch them into one to be able to upload to YouTube, or just do whatever I was doing up to now when I get disconnected, is just upload 3 videos separately and just be like part 1, part 2, part 3. But yeah, we're nearing the end with the DOM events and building interactive websites with JavaScript. So we'll finish that off and we'll jump straight into Java syntax part 3. All right, so beyond the click event, there are all types of DOM events that can fire in a browser. It is important to know most events at the DOM take place without being noticed because there are no event handlers connected to them. It is also important to know some registered events don't depend on user interactions to fire. For instance, the load event fires after the website file completely loads in the browser. Browsers can fire many other events without a user. You can check out a list of events on the MDN reference events. Let's take a look. So, bum bum bum. Keyboard. Used to notify when the keys are moved up, down, or just pressed. Wait, so this is the event type. This is the description. And this is the documentation. So the event type is it that the name that we have to use? Mouse, no. It's just an explanation. There's no specific calls written here. So if you wanted to like take a look at how to specifically use it, we have to what? We have greet, we have click. That's about it. Okay, mouse, right? Oh, there we go. Auxiliary click, context menu, ABL, click. Fired when pointing device button is clicked twice on a single element. Oh, double click. Okay. Excuse me. I think I got a message from my lovely girlfriend. One sec, guys. Okay, so DOM activate, DOM mouse scroll, mouse down when pointing, device button is pressed on an element. Oh, okay. Oh, so it activates on mouse down, whereas in click activates when we release the mouse. Interesting. Mouse move, mouse out, mouse over. You can also use mouse up. Okay, there's a lot of events here. What about payments? Oh, there's a few. Merchant validation, payment method change, shipping address change, and shipping option change. What is promise rejection? Promise rejection events. Sent every time a JavaScript promise is rejected, regardless of whether or not there is a handler in place to catch the rejection. What is a promise? The promise object represents the eventual completion or failure of an asynchronous operation and its resulting value. What is an asynchronous operation? Sipping on some water. Okay, well, let's not get into it too deeply. Many events need user interaction with the DOM to fire. One user interaction event you've become familiar is the click event. A click event fires when the user presses and releases a mouse button on an element in a DOM. We made a really cool color generator to help people find different colors. Try it out. Uh-oh, it seems to be broken. We need you to use your knowledge to fix the website. Complete the color change function, which will be used as an event handler function to randomly change the colors of the buttons when specific events are fired on them. So first add the following variable to the event handler function. Sure. So it's color value, correct? No, it's color change. Random color, RGB plus color value. Oh, it just generates different numbers. Okay. I don't know, I'm feeling a little bit like fog-brained this morning, but maybe I'll snap out of it as we go. All right, so add a statement that changes the background color of the event target and set it equal to random color. Oh, okay, so we have to do event dot style, I think. Background color equals random color. No. One sec. Bum bum bum. Okay, some workplace dramas going on at my girlfriend's place. I gotta help her out a little bit. So, just give me a sec, guys. Uh, bum 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 bum. Okay. So okay, so we'll keep this. Keep this here to keep an eye on it. All right. Slow start this morning, but it is what it is. There's good days, there's bad days, there's fast days, there's slow days. You gotta embrace both. All right. So that was not the thing. Oh, event target. I just remembered. Yeah. All right, so there are two elements that should change the color on this website. First, create an event handler property on the button element that fires when it's clicked. Use color change as event handler function. All right, so we just do button dot event. Was it? I need a cheat sheet to recall some of the syntax. Where is the cheat sheet? Give me the cheat sheet. I like cheating. I think we click on this. And it should be here. Add event listener. Okay. So add event listener. So we're passing in on click. Is it in parentheses in the brackets? Yes. On click, and we pass in color change. Yes, wrong. For one event. Huh. Boom, 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 boom. Let's see. Create an event handler property on the button element that fires when it's clicked. Oh, on click is not supposed to be capital C. I think. on the button element that fires when it's clicked. Button, add event, listened. Add event listened. Listener. Yep, makes sense. And probably this was correct. No. But beep boop. Meep morp. Periods there. Button. Add event listener. On click. Color. Change. Do. It's probably Codecademy again, isn't it? Yep. It just wants me to right click instead of on click. Just out of curiosity, right? Just out of curiosity. What's the goddamn difference between click and on click? Let's take a look. So we have click. Where is it? Click event. No. Start from the top. There. Click. Fired when pointing device button is pressed and released on a single element. Okay, so what about on click? That doesn't exist. Excuse me? On, click. What? Okay, that doesn't exist. Never mind. It's my brain. Add event listener on lick. If you lick your screen, it'll change the color. Trust me. It's how it works. Alright, so next, create an event handler property on the mystery button element. This property needs to add an event that fires when you rotate the mouse wheel or slide down on the mousepad. Ugh, it's gonna make me read documentation. So the scroll, rotate the mousepad wheel, rotate the mouse wheel. There's probably wheel. Yeah. Let's see. The mystery button. How do we add multiple? I guess we just write multiple event listeners. For multiple events. So wheel. Color change. And then another one. Now we have to actually find which one is it. So animation events, no. Wait, are these still mouse events? Instance properties. No. There, mouse events. So exit context menu, double click, mouse scroll down. No. mouse enter. Mouse leave, mouse move, mouse out, mouse over, mouse up. Pointing device button is released. No. Fired when a mouse wheel or similar device is operated. No. Fired each time the amount of pressure changes on the trackpad touchscreen. WebKit, mouse, force up. Pointer events. Got pointer capture. Element captures a pointer. Pointer cancel, pointer down. Fired when a pointer becomes active. No. Pointer move. When a pointer changes coordinates. Am I getting this right? Needs to, when you rotate the mouse wheel or slide down on the mouse pad. Slide down on the mouse pad is what I imagine is this, right? Moving the cursor down or pointer. But I don't think that exists. The only thing I'm thinking is that they want us to do is when the mouse pointer leaves the boundaries of the button, okay, let's stick with the wheel for now. Probably not gonna let us pass. Oh, he did let us pass. So what is slide down on the mouse pad? Doesn't make sense. All right, so now if we pick a color, we just change the color of the button. And if we do mystery color, we can scroll it. Yay. Let's try and match it. Can we do it? That's pretty close. This is also pretty close, but not quite there. Oh, no, not the same. It's slightly more yellowish. This is like slightly more green. I don't know my colors. This is slightly more bluish. And this is slightly more greenish. I mean, the chances of hitting the exact same RGB values are pretty much impossible. Then again, we probably don't need to hit the exact same values because my screen is probably not going to show the distinction between one value changing a single point or 2 points or 3 points or oh, we matched. Oh, not yet, not exactly. I thought we matched the background, but nope, there's an outline. Come on. All right, let's I guess the chances are the same whether I pick this color and match it to this or this to this. Close, but not that exactly. I guess the chances are 1 in 20 to in 255 to match the color. If this was any other stream, I would just sit here and do this until I succeeded. But let's stop procrastinating. Let's move on. All right, then we have mouse events. When you use a mouse device on a website, mouse events fire. You've seen the click and wheel events, but there are even more mouse events to explore. The mouse down event is fired when the user presses a mouse button down. This is different from a click because mouse down doesn't need the mouse button to be released on to fire. The mouse up is analogous. Mouse over is fired when a mouse enters the content of an element, and mouse out is fired when the mouse leaves an element. All right, so in this exercise, you'll modify the list elements using mouse events. You can use the reset element that is already programmed to set the other list elements back to their default states or styles. So first, create a function called increase width. Changes the width of item 1 to a size of 401 pixels or greater. All right. Increase width. Oh. And this and that. And so, do we pass in an event? I imagine. Right? Or maybe not necessarily. These are global variables, so we can access them from everywhere. So let's do item 1. Yeah, item 1 style with. For some reason, I want to write worth with. Yeah, that should work. And then for 420 blaze at px. Yeah. Now create an event handler for item 1 that will trigger the increase width function when the user mouses over it. So item 1 dot add event listener, and we pass hover. I think it's hover. Mouse over. Mouse over. It's camel case, right? No, it's not. Events, no camel case. Ever. And we do increase width. No. Mouse over. Mouse over. Increase width. No. I mean, that should be fine. Event handler. Add event listener or event handler. What's the difference? It's event listener, and that creates the event handler. It's like sort of in the background, not something we have to worry about. Add event listener, mouse over, increase with. I misspelled something. No, it's just not happy how I'm. Wait, what? Mouse over. Where is it? There. Item 1. Add event listener. Mouse over. Increase width. Did I not write it identically? Alright, let's find. No, I did not write it identically. Okay. Yeah, there's probably gonna be mistakes today. I'm very scatterbrained. I didn't get much sleep. A little bit, feeling a little bit sluggish, both physically and mentally. Next, create a function called change background. Change the background color of item 2. Okay. Change background. I don't know. I prefer writing functions this way. They obviously write a different way, but I don't know. Works for me. Change background. Change the background color of item 2. So item dot, no, not dot, item 2. Style dot background color. Then we set that sucker to what? Gonna let me pick? Is Codecademy letting me pick the background color? Create a function called which changes the background color of item 2. No, yeah, because we don't have a function to generate a random one. We could write it, but So say, let's do red. Red. There we go. Bum, bum, bum. When the mouse is released over the element. Sure. Item WTO to add event listener. Listener. Oh my god, I can't type today. What was it? Mouse up. Yeah. Mouse up. Moose soup. Mouse up. I'm gonna have to, during the break, I'm gonna have to like do some, I don't know, exercises or something to clear this fog off my head. And change background. Because this is ridiculous. Now, create a function called change text. All right. Change text. That changes the text of item 3 to the mouse has left the element. So item 3 dot inner HTML equals the mouse has left the building, the element. Oh, sneeze coming. Of course, like, what the hell are you doing? Every single time I sneeze, he's like, what are you doing? Why are you making that noise? Stop it. Alright, so that should work. And create an event listener for item 3, add event listener, listener, listener. Mouse out, I think. Yeah. Mouse out. Change text. Okay, and finally, one final function. Go item. And makes the item 5 element appear by changing the display to block. Item 5 dot style dot display display equals block. Correct? I think so. And then we do item. Where's item 4? Yeah, because we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Click the mouse to make the 5th box appear. We have not implemented that. All right, let's do. Oh. Wait, what? Why did we create the show item for item 5? Oh, because you have to click the. Okay, never mind. Item 4. When the mouse is pressed down. So mouse down. Show item. Right? Right. All right, let's play around with this. So we go over it and it increases. We release the button here, it changes the color. If we leave the mouse here, mouse has left the element. And if we click this, a new box appears. And I'm actually interested. What is this? On click equals reset. But does that work like that? Hmm. Oh, it calls the function. Which sets item 1's width to nothing. Item styles backgrounds to nothing. HTML back to that. And the display type to none. Okay, I get it. I get it. Okay, continue. Keyboard events. Other popular types of events are keyboard events. Keyboard events are triggered by the user interaction with the keyboard keys in the browser. Key down, key up, key press, key down, key up. Right. All right. So we're making a game. We're making a ball bounce game, I think. That's great. Yeah, it's time to create a game. Program this code to dribble the ball on the platform using any key on the keyboard. When the user presses a key down, It should lift the ball up. When the user releases the key, the ball should drop. First, make a function named up. All right, up equals that will raise the bottom position of the ball to 250 pixels. Huh. What? There's a bottom position of the ball. Get element by nd float circle. How's that actually looking in the index? Just an empty div. What about style ds css? Float circle. Okay. Well, sure. We can do ball dot bottom. Is it a style or something? Yeah. Okay. So style dot bottom equals goddamn, I got a runny nose now. 250 px. Next, make a function named down that will lower the bottom position of the ball to 50 pixels. Now we can actually copy this whole thing. No, I don't need an explanation. Let's do down, and let's do 50. Create an event handler property that runs up when the function runs up function when key down event fires on the document object or anywhere in the DOM as the event target. Okay, so ball dot add event listener. So we do key down. So we have to do it in these. Key down. We do down. Then we do the same thing except with up. Is it? Oh, no. Rated that runs down when a key up function. So we always run down. What? To the document. Oh. Yeah, because it doesn't, we can't run key down on, like, it doesn't make sense to run key down on like the ball itself. We need the whole document to be listening for key presses. Yeah. Key down. Runs up. Never mind. Runs up. There we go. All right, so We're here. Ooh. Okay, so key down raises it up. Key up raises it down. It's so smooth. Look at how it kind of slows down towards the end. Let's actually do 900 pixels. Up, there, up. Yeah. Ooh. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, let's quit playing around. All right, we're done. So we can register events to DOM elements using add event listener. The add event listener method takes two arguments, an event type and an event handler function. When an event is triggered on the event target, the registered event handler function executes. Event handler functions can also be registered as values of one event properties of their event target. It's such a confusing sentence, but we'll get there. Event object properties like target type and timestamp are used to provide information about the event. The add event listener method can be used to add multiple event handler functions to a single event. Yeah, but this is also a little bit misleading because it creates the impression that you can just pass in multiple functions into just this one event listener call. But you can't. You have to create multiple event listener calls with multiple functions. That way it will work. All right. Boom, boom, boom. What is the event target? The event target is a DOM element that is modified by the event handler. Well, not necessarily. The document object model, the event target is the DOM element that the event fires on, yes. All events rely on user interactions in the document object model. Well, yes and no. If you count the document loading as a user interaction, then sure. Oh, they don't count that. Some events rely on browser manipulations, like scrolling or loading to fire. Scrolling, I would call a user interaction, but you know, what is the benefit of add event listener method? It's good for large code and can be used to add multiple event handlers to a specific event. Can use anonymous functions. Is only useful for large code. Must be paired with. Okay. Can the add event listener use anonymous functions? Yes, it can. You just define the function within the thing. So, what? Using name functions allows your code to be organized and reusable this way, even if your code gets complex. But it's not false. Event object properties store information about the specific event. True. What is an event on the web? Events are animations and transitions. Nope. Events are interactions between the client device and a server. Events are user interactions or browser manipulations on the document object model. Events are functions that respond to user interactions. It's this one. Yes. What is the event target? Is the DOM element that is modified by event target is the DOM element that the event fires on. Yeah. Okay, so what is the benefit? You can use it for large code. What is the correct syntax for key press event? Event target on key press equals event handler function. Event target. Yes, if we're not passing the event type as an event listener parameter, then we have to do on key press, I think. Yeah. All events on a web page have specific responses assigned to them. Well, that's false. All events rely on user interaction in the object model. False. How does JavaScript interpret events in the document object model? JavaScript interprets events as triggers and functions in the DOM. JavaScript notices every event that takes place on the DOM. JavaScript interprets events as objects in the DOM with a predetermined properties and methods. So this one. Yeah. Do the mouse events click and mouse down have the same functionality? No. The click event relies on the mouse being pressed down and released for the event to fire, while mouse down events only rely on the mouse being pressed down. Correct. All right. What is it there, Thor? What are you looking at? Are the neighbors walking again? Yeah, that's scary, isn't it? Neighbors using communal space. Such a scary thing. All right, so we got a project. We'll start the project after a little break because I just need a minute. I'm so drowsy right now. Holy crap. Okay. So I'll be back in 10. Take it easy and I don't know, drink some water, I guess. A piece of garlic bread. And Thor really wanted it. And now he's disappointed that he didn't get any. Yeah. I'd be disappointed too. All right, so let's jump into a project. We're programming a piano player. At the beginning of the code. Okay, so you're a web developer who's been hired by a music education company. This client wants you to create an interactive game to help their beginner level piano students study. Create a piano player with the DOM elements in JavaScript. So we have some code pre-written. Let's take a look at what it does. So we have keys, right? We have notes. For each key, we get which key is being pressed, I assume. Next one, next two, second next line, third next line, fourth next line. These variables store buttons that progress the user through the lyrics. Okay. Variable towards the end lyric element. These statements are hiding all the progress buttons, but the first one. And then this is the event handler property and function for the start over button. So it just sets everything back to what it was. I think. Maybe. We'll see. So at the beginning of the code, we have variable name assignments for the keys array and the notes array. Notes is empty. There's also a function looping through the elements of the keys array and pushing them to the notes array. Where are we pushing stuff? Here. And we push it to the notes array. So for every key pressed, we push the key to the notes. Okay. After the second comment, create a function named keyPlay that changes the background color of the keys when they're pressed down. Okay. So we have keys for each key. Note push. Be sure to use the target property in the function because the target is being modified in this case. Okay, let's start by creating the function. Key play equals all right, so we have to, I guess, pass in an event, and then we do event.target style changes the background color of the keys when they're pressed down. All right, so background color equals, let's say, blue. Oh, wrong thing. All right. GGA. So it does nothing so far. All right. Next, create a function named keyReturn that returns the background color of the keys to their default with an empty string when the mouse is released on the element. Be sure to use target property. Okay. So let's unmark this because we haven't done it yet. Key return. And we do this. Wait, we have to pass an event to it. And we just do event.target.style.background color equals, oh, what just happened? Equals just empty stuffs. Okay, so nothing happens yet. Now that you've created two functions that change the color of the key elements, you must assign them as the values of event handler. Properties. All right, create a named function and leave the code block blank for now. This function will be used later to assign events to keys, so it should take one parameter, and we can call it note. Oh, this was supposed to go here. All right, so with event handler properties. So just do this, except we don't do anything inside just yet. And we name this I don't know. This function will be used later to assign events to keys. Okay, assign to key. Note. I'm guessing that's what they want. It's kind of unclear. Inside the function, create an event handler that runs the key play as an event handler when a mouse down event fires on any note. Okay, so note dot add event listener, and we want to play key play on mouse down. Mouse down. Key play. All right. And we do another event handler property that runs through key return when mouse up event fires on any note. So note, add event listener, mouse up, and key return. Okay. Bam, bam. At the beginning of the code, we have variable name assignments for the keys array and the empty notes array. There are also functions. There's also a function looping through the keys array and pushing the keys elements to the notes array to be assigned a variable name. Now you must create a for each loop that will pass the elements in the notes array through your event assignment function. Okay, so we just do we just do notes for each, and try and remember how to write iterator methods. Let's get ourselves a little cheat sheet. I can't be bothered memorizing all that. Comes with practice. Wait, we went back too far. Where was it? I think it was JavaScript part 2. Iterators, yeah. Oh, so for each note, we do this, I think. Yes. So for each note, we want pass notes through our event assignment function. So assign to key note, right? I guess we can do it in one line. Bum 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 bum. Okay, so technically it should be working now, because now the program knows what to do when each piano key has a mouse down or mouse up event fired on it. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, boom, 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 boom. We can actually turn all of them blue by just moving the mouse away. It's a bug. We'll fix it in post. It's fine, but it works. Okay. So next, there are variables that represent the progress buttons. In the song box below that allows students to progress the piano. Next one, next two, next three, and start over. Change the lyrics and the musical notes of the song to help the student play along. In the beginning of the song, the only button the student needs is the next one, because of this, the hidden property of the other buttons are assigned a value of true. All right. Now you must create events on all of the progress buttons. First, create an event handler property with a click event on the next one element. Bum 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 bum. First, create an event handler property with a click event on the next element. But what function do we pass to it? Right, next one dot add event listener, and we do click. To begin modifying the songbox, you must switch the progress buttons first. Using an anonymous event handler function, make the following changes to the button that appears after next one is clicked. Using an anonymous function handler function, blah, blah, blah. Make the following changes to the button that appears after next one is clicked. Let's take a look at anonymous functions. You just write them like so. Yeah. All right, so click. So we have to reveal next to by changing the hidden property to make the next to button appear. So next hidden equals false. And hide the next one button by changing. Alright, so next one dot hidden equals true. Right? I don't know. I guess I did them. Next a click event. Firing on next one must change the music notes that guide the piano student through the song. Add the following changes to next one event handler function so the musical notes change when the button is clicked. So change the content of the element with an ID letter note 5 to D. Letter note 5. I guess we can just copy this and add it here to the same function. I think so. So we change it to D. Change the content of the element with an ID of letter note 6 to C. So we do C here. Okay. Once the student has reached this point of the happy birthday song, the lyrics change from happy birthday to you to happy birthday, dear friend. What? Happy birthday to you. Line 2. I hope we're gonna get sound on this. So make the following changes to the lyrics in the function when the button is clicked. Change the content of the element with an ID word 5 to dear. Makes no sense. Should be word 6. Dear. And change the content of the element with an ID word 6 to fry or free. Free. Okay, now you have the lyrics happy birthday, dear free. To finish the line, you must add the dash end to the song box under the piano. The end element is stored in the last lyric variable. Add a statement to the event handler function for next to that changes the display property of last lyric to inline block. Okay, so next to dot style dot display equals inline block. Right? A click event firing on the second button Must also change the music notes to guide the piano student through the song. Add the following changes to next to event handler function so that the musical notes change when the button is clicked. Oh my god. Are we right anonymous event handler property second progress button? Or the first progress button? Next to wait. I messed something up. So next one, we do the DC. Right. So we were supposed to do next to add event listener click. And here was supposed to go the hidden stuff. Wait. I'm a bit lost now. Okay, so hidden and note DC. That's supposed to be here. Then we create a new one and reveal next 3. Right. So we just copy this, paste it here, type in 3, and hide next to 2. There. That's done. And then we can cut this out. Supposed to paste it here. Right? Yes. All right, now, and we also have to finish line must add. If you want to make developers angry, start using jQuery. Probably will at some point. Hello, develop. Welcome back. I think you have followed, no? I think you've been here before. Your name sounds familiar. Develop with happy. No, you haven't followed. I think you wrote. He just jumped in on my, I think it's the second stream and said hi and then dipped. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but just name sounds familiar. So we reveal. Was it next to? Yeah. Oh, because that'll reveal the. Next to changes the display property of last lyric. Oh, last lyric. Last lyric. Hopping through a lot of streams because I'm mostly looking for motivation at work. What kind of motivation? Motivating at what specifically? Programming? What do you do for work? Okay, so we have all of that handled properly this time. And now we can hop on to the third event handler. Wait, no, not yet. Add the following changes to the next to and handler functions so the musical notes change when the button is clicked. Full stack web developer, but you're working from home? Well, that's your motivation there. Working from home. No? What are you working on if it's not a secret? Like specifically right now for work? Because I'm curious. As a person who's entering the field and have yet to find a job, I'm curious, like what is a day-to-day of a programmer? Sometimes it's hard to find motivation if you're alone at home. I guess, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can relate to that. I've been learning for a while now, and mostly I've done it alone. And towards the end there, towards my previous course that I was doing, I kind of got a little demotivated, you could say. So I had to take a step back and figure out what was missing, you know, because I like programming, but something was missing. So I was like, what could it be? And it's the social aspect. It's uh it's just having someone to talk to, running your thought process through some other prism or lens is incredibly helpful. And yeah, so streaming keeps me extremely motivated right now. I have a few projects. My main one, e-commerce platform. All right. So I assume you're not the only person that's like working on the platform, right? There's probably a team of people working on it, and you all like handle different things. So event handler function, so the musical notes change when the button is clicked. So that's for next two. So we just pile everything in here. And twice more. So letter note to 3. Change it to G. Letter note to 4. We change that to E. Letter note to 5. We change that to C. Letter note to 6. We change that to B. And finally, we do next 3. And reveal start over button by changing the hidden property to make start over button appear. Okay, so start over dot display equals, no, not display, hidden equals false, and hide the next 3 button. So next, we hide the next 3 button when we click it. I mean, if you say so. 3 dot hidden equals true. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, and then we do the wordy ones. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So word 1 is hap, 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 hap. Word 2 is pie. Word 3, birth. 3 birth. 4 we're doing day. 5 we do 2, and then 6 we do you. By the way, develop, how long have you been programming for? Because since you're full stack, I assume it's at least like 5 years. Oh my god, more letter note changes. Okay, let's do like so. 1, 2, 3. So 1 to F. 2 to F. 3 to E. Started programming about 13 years ago. God damn. 2017, started apprenticeship and finished in 2020. Since then, I'm officially a full stack developer. Damn. 3 years for an apprenticeship? That's a bit long, no? Like typically they last, I don't know, as far as I've seen, like half a year, maybe a year. 3 years, damn. What company? It's not a secret. Maybe I used the wrong word, but 3 years is not normal in Germany. Oh. Okay. Oh, apprenticeship, not internship. No, never mind, that was my fault. I kind of associated apprenticeship with internship. Yeah, apprenticeship is fine. Promise you won't know the company? Okay, okay. 4 to C. Do you like working for the company? 5 to D and 6 to C. Now you have the lyrics "Happy birthday to you" end. That couldn't be right. To finish the line, you must get rid of the end in the song box. Add a statement to the event handler function for next 3 that changes the display property last lyric to none. For lyric dot style dot display equals none. 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 Okay, so does it work now is the question. No. We missed something, I think. So we're doing next 2, next 1. But what are these next 2, next 1? They are get element by ID, first line. Let's take at the HTML for a second here. So the next stuff is first line, next line, line 2. Huh. I feel like in my morning stupor I've missed something. Let's walk it back again. So, walk through it again. So, at the beginning of the code, we have variable name assignments for the keys array. Yes, we do. And then we push them into the notes array. Okay. Then we change the colors. Hey, develop with happy. Thank you for the follow. So you working on any projects on the side on your free time? Or are you just doing 9 to 5 and then relaxing on the weekends? Hey, designated Aussie. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We're programming a piano player. And talking about programming in general. How's it going, man? Things are pretty dapper on this side. Been listening while you ate. Currently don't have a side project because I don't have time for it. We moved to a new house in January and there's still a lot of work to do. Oh yeah. I would not imagine, I cannot imagine if I had to move right now. Because when I moved into this apartment, I was sort of light on belongings. And so all of my belongings just kind of fit in maybe like 8 boxes or something. And since then, I have bought and acquired so much stuff that moving out of this place will be a nightmare. Aussie. So I'm making an educated guess that you're from Australia. What's the time in Australia? I mean, it's so big that it depends where in Australia, but okay, it's evening. All right, roughly evening, and it's morning here. 6:32. Let's hunt you down. Let's see where you live. 6:32. Adelaide. Yeah. Checks out. Aussie's not lying. Well, welcome, both of you. Welcome to the stream. I guess I should probably sort of say what I'm doing is I'm essentially, because my plan shifted since yesterday a little bit. Essentially, what I was doing was going through this Codecademy course for backend engineering. But since yesterday, I went to a job interview, and they were basically like, okay, you sound cool, you know, but there's still some gaps in your knowledge. So fix those gaps and then pass our testament thing, and then you can probably employ with us. So I looked at what they want me to do, and I basically build a roadmap. And we're essentially, from today on, we'll be following this roadmap. So we're finishing off with DOM events in JavaScript. We'll finish the relevant topics in the Codecademy course. So we'll do more JavaScript for a while. We'll then do work with databases because SQL is very important for that job, and we'll do databases, PostgreSQL. I'm not sure. We'll see. JavaScript testing after that, because I feel like that's necessary, and DevOps fundamentals for any working environment is probably a good thing. So then we'll jump into SQL. We'll do C. Not sure which one, because I don't really know the difference. Which one what's the difference between C#, C, and C++? So we'll figure it out as we get there. Then we'll do .NET stuff and maybe check out Flutter. So once we get these requirements, then essentially is I should be getting a job. I don't know. He's lying. He'd be if he'd be from Australia, his messages would be upside down. Maybe it's a Twitch thing. They reverted for Australians. Sorry, back had a phone call. No problems, man. So that's the plan, the overall plan, and probably subject to change. But that's what we're essentially doing. Okay. Streamer from Australia once pulled that joke and streamed with his camera upside down. So, well, we know these two work because it does change the colors. So the problem is somewhere here. And I think is because we're not really assigning, we're not really, how should I say, linking the button presses here to changes here, I think. Because in the index HTML, we have class keynote and a key, a sharp G key, we have keys. And here we're modifying just letter notes. And the words. What is next 2, next 1, and next 3? Sharp, keynote, sharp, keynote, sharp. Word 1. Wait, next to first next line, second next line, third next line, and fourth next line, which are down here. And they're supposed to be buttons. So whenever we press this button, it should change everything here. But it's not. So next one. This is our event handler for next one. It should hide next to. No, it should make next to appear and hide next one. Then we should change the letters here. The note 5 should be D. Okay, I get it how it works. But the problem is that it's not working. Sounds like typical Aussie thing to do. You'd be surprised how many people directly guessed that he's from Australia. So when learning a coding language, what do you guys do? Or build? Like HTML and all that, fair enough, but you can tinker with web design and CSS or whatever it's called. But say learning Python, what do you make to practice code? I'm always stumped for ideas when I try to learn. Then I go, I don't know, what am I gonna make, and stop and don't learn. I mean, it makes sense. When I was learning Python, I can actually open my GitHub. So I first did a boot camp, and within the boot camp, I had a bunch of exercises that every single day the lecturer gave me a bunch of exercises to practice. So every single topic has exercises, or like at least one exercise, right, where you write code. So that's how I practiced when I was doing the boot camp. Yeah, you just write classes, blah 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 blah. After the boot camp, I did a couple of simple projects like tic-tac-toe. Then I've messed around with a little bit of data analysis using Python. What else did I do? Since the bootcamp taught me how to use Django, I started creating sort of a recipe website learning or recipe website thing. So there was also some Python practice there. What else? Yeah, made a to-do app. But that's also mostly Django related stuff. What's the bootcamp with? Like a site? No, it's actually a company here in my country. They sort of have like these remote classes that you go to every day for like 4 months. So yeah, but I don't know. Like I would dabble a little bit with things, but I never had sort of like big projects, you know. I did some web scraping. I did a little bit with ChatGPT API. Uh, they're not on GitHub. What else? Trying to remember here. Because that's about it. Guess who's back? Checkem's back. Sounds like something awesome with stuff to do on the way as you learn. I mean, yeah, it was very useful to sort of cement the knowledge of Python. And this essentially this what I'm doing here is the same thing, really. It's you do some theory work, and then you get these exercises here, and and you do them, and they range in difficulty from like simple things. I'll do it, and I'll be back in 10 minutes. In the meantime, just chill, make some tea, relax, and I'll see you soon. Okay, and we're back. All right, so I figured it out on my break. What the problem was? The problem was, as I suspected, was the syntax. So there's only two ways that we could write this. It's either with the add event listener method, and then we just pass in an empty function call, I suppose, or we just use an anonymous function essentially to execute all of this, or we use this with the onClick method, and then also use an anonymous function. So now it works. And there was also a typo here. Instead of hidden, I wrote hidney. So that's why it would default to reset whenever I would change something here. So yeah, now it works as intended. We can, I'm a little bit sad that we can't really hear sounds when we're playing here, but you know, it is what it is. All right, so this project is donezo. We can move on to either a quiz or an entirely new topic, which is HTML forms. Yeah, so we'll finish with HTML forms, and then we can jump into JavaScript syntax part 3. By the way, check them. If you're here, I did do the roadmap, and if you want to take a look at it, just let me know. Right, so modern websites require a lot of information to function as intended. Information like our usernames, passwords, friends, likes, credit card information, shopping orders all have to be provided by users on the front end to send to the web application server so that they can be processed. Makes sense. This information is used to create a personalized experience for the user. Beautiful. User information is traditionally collected using HTML forms. If you ever enter text in a website, selected from options on list or checked boxes and then hit enter or pressed a send button, you likely filed out and submitted an HTML form. In order for the data submitted through forms to be useful, it's essential that the information is valid. If you were allowed to accidentally submit your last name where your address was expected, your packages would never show up. The process of checking that the information submitted through a form adheres to expectations is called a form validation. In this lesson, we'll explore the different techniques for validating form inputs. All right, let's take a look at the form provided. It is bare bones HTML page with no validation. Play around with it and get to know the different types of inputs. Right. We can do that. Let's take a look. So we have a form with the method post. I'm a little bit familiar with this. So essentially this entire thing is a form. And submit to reset. Type submit. And from what I'm gathering, this sort of method dictates whether the data in the form gets sent or received. Or, okay, we'll probably go over that later and we'll clarify it there. But looks pretty familiar. We have we have the form parent element, and inside it we have labels with inputs. Label input, yeah. Pretty standard stuff. So why validate forms? Most data, once submitted, is stored by a website or a web application. It It is stored in a database on the server side. There are important reasons for us to make sure that the information that will be stored in the database is accurate. We want operations that depend on the data to work. Allowing a user to enter an incorrectly formatted email address, either on purpose or by accident, means that we won't be able to contact that user later. Allowing the user to sign up for an account with a username that is already in use could cause numerous errors down the line. Making sure we collect all the data we need and checking that the data are formatted correctly can save a web application and its users a lot of trouble. We want to keep our site secure. Unprotected data leaves entry points for malicious actors to hurt our application or our users. Allowing a user to submit a non-secure password means that their account will not be protected. Unprotected forms can also allow bits of code to be injected into our servers. This can potentially leave our users' sensitive information exposed. The malicious actor could even gain control of our site or corrupt our existing data. Forms are final bosses of front-end devs. Yeah. I remember reading an article or something on Reddit maybe where it was before the time where forms had sort of beefier protection. So someone injected some, I think it was JavaScript or something that could just essentially delete the database. Yeah, I think that was the case. All right, we have a video. Let's kill the music and let's take a look at what are we going to be looking at. Is there sound? No. It's just a cat creating an account. Looking for true love. Hobbies, eating and snoozing. Occupation, spirit animal. Awesome. Very informative. Yoink. Got stolen. Yoink. Got injected. Oh no. Everything exploded. Yeah, that's how it happens. We dead, yep. That's exactly how it happens. Okay. All right, so regular expressions. Data submitted through forms are stored as strings. Strings are a fundamental data type in a computer science representing a series of characters strung together. As humans, we can intuitively recognize patterns within strings, and this allows us to catch errors. Try to notice what's wrong in the following examples. Hola, lurking right now. All good. Blaze Labs, welcome to the stream. All right, so it's the 2. My zip code is 9021. What's wrong with this? The CT Maud. Okay. And so I don't know what's wrong with this. And I also don't know what's wrong with this. Hello world. H2. Oh, it's okay, wrong tag. In the first example we had letters, yeah, in the second we left off the 5th digit of a famous zip code. Famous zip code? What famous zip code is this? 9021. Famous zip code. 9021. 9020 is the 6th most expensive zip code in the US. What? Beverly Hills. Oh. Okay. Gotcha. Right, unlike humans who can get this training passively over time, computers have to be precisely programmed to recognize patterns. To specific patterns for a computer to recognize, we use a special special language called regular expressions, also known as regex or regexp. A regular expression is a sequence of characters representing a pattern. We can use that pattern to match a string, match parts of the string, blah, blah, blah. Yes. We know a little bit about regex. Finding some patterns in the applet provided. If you enter hello, you'll notice how many of the examples include those characters. Okay, so this is sort of dumbed down regex expression thing. Because typically you would also have to write in symbols and stuff. +1. It's not recognizing it. The kryptonite of a lot of new devs. Regex can be tough. I don't know. Like I did some exercises with regex. It didn't seem that terrible. Wait, this is Codecademy stuff. Bootcamp. Where was it? Here. In Python, write a function that would change the enter date to a different format. Just, define your pattern and search the date. What else did we do? Print a list of dates from this text. Use regular expressions. The dates should be in the format month, day, year. So we have a text. We define our pattern. We find all of the text that matches the pattern. And we print it out. I don't know. Maybe it's not such complex exercises, but... So here we were supposed to print the same text as follows. Okay, so we just have to reformat this text. And event 1, event 2, blah, 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 blah. And then the fourth question was, write a function that takes text as parameters and a list of words to censor it. For example, the word quabra is a terrible swear word, and we need to replace it with star signs in the given text. And so yeah, I added a bunch of different swear words. Have a list of my swear words. Set the pattern. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll eat my words on these exercises, because I don't remember. I have the link for the actual email reject somewhere, and it's scary. Oh yeah, the email one is, yeah. I've seen that. Okay, so it's not recognizing the 0, 1, 3, 4, 1. The 3, 1, 7, 0. That's fine. For some reason, it doesn't like my plus sign. 6, 1, 7. It doesn't like parentheses either. P at likes the at sign. Dot. Oh, it's interpreting it as expression symbols. Dot, 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 dot. Okay. I'll definitely have to refresh some of my knowledge with regex. All right, so client-side validation. The first technique we can use to validate form data is to prevent problematic inputs from being submitted in the first place. This is called client-side validation. The client is the process interacting with the server on behalf of a user. In the case of a website, the web browser is the client. Yes, the logic for validating the form is included with the code that displays the form on the user's device. No interaction with backend is required to perform the client-side validations. Since form validation is so common, modern HTML provides some of these validation features built in. For example, we can use HTML to make parts of a form required and others optional. We can also use HTML to set minimum and maximum values for an input, or minimum and maximum lengths for a text input. We can even necessitate that the input match a particular pattern specified by a regular expression. If any of the rules laid out in the HTML form validation aren't followed, the user will not be able to submit their form, and they'll receive an error message explaining why. With these checks in place, the backend is less likely to be sent incorrect data. HTML form validation will also benefit the user. The client provides the user immediate feedback without having to wait for time-consuming communication with the backend. Right. So here we have a form that has 3 input fields that are required. How do we specify that? Input. Oh, we just type in required. And min length and max length. Okay. Type text. Type number. Oh, we just pass in the parameters to the tag. All right. I got modded? What do you mean? So client-side validation has two main advantages. First, it is a better experience for the user to be alerted to problematic data immediately rather than having to wait for that information to come back from the server and have to fill out the form again. God, I hate that. I hate it. Like, obviously, the standard probably is that if you type in something wrong, it's going to prompt you immediately. But some sites don't do that, and it irks me to my core. It's like you type everything in, and it looks fine, press submit, and it just deletes everything. And it's like, type it all in again. Second, catching mistakes early in the process saves the application time and resources as well. But not all issues can be handled with the built-in HTML validations. The link for the email rejects got modded. User experience broken. Yep. That's why you shouldn't do it as a link. Lesson 1. Never use links. Or, I don't know, maybe I'm talking out of my butt. In order to truly customize validation or to perform more complex validations, we can incorporate JavaScript form validations. We can do this either by writing a JavaScript ourselves or by incorporating a JavaScript library. If we have unique requirements for usernames on our site, for example, we'll have to provide these systems of validation ourselves. Makes sense. If we're creating a relatively simple website, it makes sense to code the form validation ourselves or use the simple vanilla JavaScript library. Just validate, for example. Let's take a look. Bum, 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 bum. It's loading. It's loading. Modern, simple, lightweight form validation library written in TypeScript with no dependencies. Bum, 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 bum. So I'm gathering TypeScript is sort of like a little bit different JavaScript. Oh, so we just define it as sort of an object. Max length. Email. Because that one looks straightforward. Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Input type text, class, form input, form control. Okay, well, maybe we'll use it later. But most basic validation libraries will involve directly accessing or manipulating the DOM. This can get tricky when working with a framework that relies on a virtual DOM, like React or Vue. In those situations, it might be best to incorporate a library that works well with your specific framework. For example, the Formic library is a lightweight library that simplifies validating forms in React app. All right. So it's a password validator with some specific requirements. And this validation is done completely on the client side using JavaScript. Specifically, it uses a library called Parsley.js. Okay. So, not contain the word password. Definitely contain the word validation. Sorry about that. Whoa. Whoa. I don't know how to pronounce that. Woo? How to pronounce. Is it Vue? Wait. Vue. Vue. Yes. View. 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 It's telling me view. I'll say it view now. All right. Bump, 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 bump. Supposed to be pronounced the French way. What's the French pronunciation? Like V. I can't pronounce that. Vite? Vite? Vit? VT? It's so quiet. Vite. Vite. Okay. Vite. Okay, so whenever I see view, I'll say vite, and nobody will understand what I'm talking about. All right, let's skip this. Backend validation. Is this another cat video? I hope to God. Not Vite for the Vite tool, but Vue for the Vue framework. Okay. Okay. No matter how complete the front-end validation of a website or application seems, the validations must also be completed on the back end of the server. Front-end validations are easy to bypass. A malicious user can simply turn off JavaScript on the browser, for example. There's also the potential for middleman attacks in which data is changed after the request is submitted by a user, but before it arrives at the server. As a rule, the backend should never trust the data it receives. So why even have front-end validation? Just for the user? Screw the user. As the developer, once data is in the backend, we have complete control over it, luckily. Backend validation has several advantages. Le petit poison. Trying French here. Welcome to the Try French stream. We're just trying out French. Picking random words from the dictionary and just spelling them wrong. Massacring the crap out of them. It enables us to validate code often on machines with more computing power. Alright? It allows us to write validation code that user can't see. If malicious users can't see exactly how we validate the data, it's much more difficult for them to find ways around it. We can validate the information against other data the front end doesn't have access to. For example, we can check our database to see if a given username is already in use. There are two main ways to validate inputs on the server side. The first takes place while the user is still inputting the data into the form on the front end. We can make asynchronous requests to the server with pieces of their data and send feedback directly to the user before they submit it. This is slower than front-end validation and can be a design challenge from a user experience perspective. Oh, so that's why we're gonna check asynchronous requests after the Python part 3. Well, we're not, but the second is once the form's been submitted, backend validation in our application's last defense against problematic data. And it's essential to verify the validity and safety of data before adding it to the database. This is also an opportunity to sanitize the data in order for our database to be useful. It's important that all data within is formatted consistently. Yeah. All right, let's watch the video. Front-end validation to allow the backend to manipulate these data. If the backend validation pass, it gets sent to the database. Yeah, I get it. Sort of the backend one being more important though. Yeah, of course. Video time. Wait, gotta cut the music. Cut the music, we got a cat video. Oh yeah. Jack Cousteau. Reservation size 4. Sending data to server. Validating. Checking. Is it a cat? I swear to God. It better be a cat. They didn't show. I'm gonna assume it's a cat. I don't care. All right. So, review. Hi, this is your son's school. We're having some computer trouble. Oh dear. Did he break something? In a way. Did you really name your son Robert parentheses drop table students? Oh yes, little Bobby Tables we call him. Well, we've lost this year's student records. I hope you're happy. And I hope you've learned to sanitize your database inputs. Okay, this is funny. Bobby Tables. What do you mean introduction? We've already did an introduction. This is a second introduction? How many introductions does one need? Okay. Forms are part of everyday life. We use a physical form in real life. We write down information and give it to someone to process. Think of the times you've had to fill out information for various applications like a job or a bank account or dropped off a completed suggestion card. Each instance is a form. Just like physical form, an HTML form element is responsible for collecting information to send somewhere else. Every time we browse the internet, we come into contact with many forms, and we might not even realize it. There's a good chance that if you're typing into a text field or providing an input, the field that you're typing into is part of a form. All right, so we can get more hands-on experience with forms, I guess, now. So how do they work? We can think of the internet as a network of computers which send and receive information. Logical. Computers need an HTTPS request to know how to communicate. The HTTP request instructs the receiving computer how to handle the incoming information. More information can be found in our article about HTTP requests. We'll skip that for now. The form element is a great tool for collecting information, but we need to send that information somewhere else for processing. We need to supply the form element with both the location of where the form information goes and what HTTP request to make. Take a look at the sample form below. All right, so we're both with the location where the form information goes and what HTTP request to make. So it goes to example HTML. Fun fact, the Google input is actually a text area, not an input. Is it? How the hell do they get... How do they manage that without making it a form? Well, actually, a search field in a website probably... Is that a form as well? Because that's what Google essentially is, right? It's a search field. You can have a text area in a form, no problem. Oh, I'm confusing things. Yeah, it's you can still have. I thought that instead of form, they just have like, I don't know, a text field that's not in a form. But yeah, okay. The form element is a great tool for collecting information, but then we need to send that information somewhere else for processing. We need to supply the form element with both the location of where the form information goes, in this case, example HTML, and what HTTP request to make, in this case, post. In the above example, we created the skeleton of a form that will send information to example as a post request. Okay. So the action attribute determines where that information is sent, and the method attribute is assigned an HTTP verb that is included in the HTTP request. What kind of videos are you sending me? Check them.
The most famous text input on the internet. Arguably, it's Google's text box. But what HTML element are they using for this? One might think that they're using just an input element, but it turns out it's a text area, and it's got all these attributes on it. Why would they use a text area instead of just a regular input? At first glance, it might seem like an obvious choice with just an input element, but a text area might accommodate more flexibility, like cross-browser compatibility, cross-platform compatibility, handling paste events better, like when you paste a block of text in. Even though the UI doesn't look like it would accommodate that, you'll still be able to paste in an entire block of text into that text box. Not actually really use, but you can. And text areas can have implications for accessibility functionality, which offer better support for assistive technologies. Text areas for the win.
Okay.
The most famous text input.
That's good to know. You have millions of links. I'm scared now. So, HTTP verbs like post do not need to be capitalized for the request to work, but it's done so out of convention. In the example above, we could have written post and it would still work. The form element can also contain child elements. For instance, it would be helpful to provide a header so that the users know what this form is about. We can also add a paragraph to provide even more detail. Let's see the example in this code. Right, so blah, 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 form, creating a form. This is such a clippy thing to say. Looks like you want to learn how to create a form in HTML. Can I help you with that? Well, the best way to learn is to play around with it. Okay, so let's play around with it. In the section element, add a form element under the provided comment. Assign the form with action and method. All right. So, formy form. Right, so we have to do action equals practice.html and method equals post. Correct? Correct. Right now we have a blank form on a burger site. Burger. Coffee time. I might actually make some coffee for myself because I had a rough morning. Right now I'm just sipping on water and hoping that refreshes me. Right now we have a blank form on a burger site. Let's add some context. Add an H1 inside the form. Sure. God, I hate writing HTML tags without auto-completion. With text related to the site between the opening and closing tags. Sure. Get ya blah, blah, blah. Get ya burgers here. Gotta finish that course for 40 more minutes. See you later. Good luck. Thanks, man. Good luck to you. Get your burgers here. Add some details to the form by inserting a paragraph element below the H1. Write a relevant description within. Alright, so. God, I hate writing tags. So. Only the best burgers in town, boys. Get ya burgers here. Or else go to hell. God says so. Nope, not happy. Add some details about the form, inserting P element below the H1 element. Write a relevant description within the P element. Is it telling my description is not relevant? No, I think it was... Wait, what? Did you add the paragraph element inside the form element? Yes, I did. Tag must be paired. What? What's your problem? We're closing them properly. Or does the form tag not need to be closed? No, it does have to be closed. Then we do the P. And we close it. And then we have a form closing tag. What's your problem? I literally have the same thing written. Oh, H, not H1. My bad. Okay, there we go. Hey, get your burgers here. Text input. If we want to create an input field in our form, we need the help of a input element. The input element has a type attribute which determines how it renders on the web page and what kind of data it can accept. The first value for the type attribute we're going to explore is text. When we create an input element with type text, it renders a text field that users can type to. Note that the default value of type is text. It is also important that we include a name attribute for the input. Without the name attribute, information in the input won't be sent when the form is submitted. What? Interesting. We'll explain more about submission and the submit button in a later exercise. For now, let's examine the following code. So we just have an input tag, we type in text, and we have the name. Then we can reference it by the name as well. All right, let's do the thing. So inside the provided form element, add an input element with the type attribute of text. Sure thing. Input, close it, open it, / input, close it. And then we do type equals text, and that's it. Even though we're not submitting the form, let's develop some good habits by giving input a name attribute with the value username. Or username. Let's see what happens if we add a value attribute with a value of Davy. Value Davy. Eh? Oh. Wait. Oh, I didn't close the username tab thing. And value equals Davy. Oh, it's like comes pre-filled. In the previous exercise, we created an input element, but we didn't include anything to explain what the input is used for. For a user to properly identify an input, we use the appropriately named label element. The label element has an opening and closing tag and displays text that is written between the opening and closing tags to associate label and the input. The input needs an ID attribute. Oh, to associate a label and an input, the input needs an ID to attribute. When we assign the for attribute of the label element with the value of the ID attribute of input, like so, the code above renders like so. Okay. So, we need a label. And we assign the ID to the input instead of label. But we do the for username. Right? Right. So let's log in to start creating a burger. All right, so username. What? It's not happy again. What's wrong this time? Add a label element that is associated with the included input element. Yes, we did that. Then add text username. I did that. Okay, it's fine. Why are you making red things at me? All right, so passwords are essentially the same. Think of all those times we have to put sensitive information like a password or a PIN into a form. We wouldn't want our information to be seen by anyone peeking over his shoulder. Luckily, we have the type password attribute for input. Ah, okay. So we just do input ID equals label user PV, user PV, just like the for attribute in the label. Then we also need the type, which will be password. And then we also need name. Oh wait, the ID doesn't really have to be. Wait, it's checking the label for attribute is checking for the ID. Of the input. Yeah. But wait, if we go back, what was the name for? I already forgot. For input, without the name attribute, information in the input won't be sent when the form is submitted. Oh, okay. They're gonna explain it later. So input, we do ID equals user PV, name equals same, and type is of password. What did I just do? Oh, it's just not happy about. Type. Password. Just not happy about the tag not being closed. Hello, Keck. How's it going? My man. We're doing forms. And so we just close the input tag. There we go. We're making burgers. All right, it's fine. Let's move on. Then we have a number input. Type number. We can restrict what users type into the input field to just numbers and a few special characters. We also have to provide a step attribute which creates arrows inside the input field to increase and decrease by the value of the step attribute. All right. So all we really have to do is do input type number, then step equals 1, and the name equals amount. Oh, it's not happy. Step name number. Oh, we missed the ID. All right, we need to do ID amount. ID amount. There we go. What type of protein would you like? Beef. How many patties? Give me like 20 on one burger. Next. Range. Type number. But then we have oh, it's a different. Okay. So we have min max. We have also step. All right. Okay, so input. Oh. Input. We do class cooked. We also need an ID. Doneness. Spelled like that. We also need range. Oh. Type. Range. Also name. And that's it. Yep. What I'm curious about is how do they... Oh, it's just two spans. It's not actually updating it. That would be a terrible way for a chef to get his burger orders. Like, yeah, give me like, I don't know, 3/4 rare or like 1/4 rare. No, 1/3 rare. All right, so we can actually also set the min max and step attributes. Min max. Min will be 0. Max will be 5. And step we set to 0.5. Okay. Checkbox. Are we gonna go through all of the types? I don't think that's necessary. All right, time to add some toppings. Bum 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 bum. Okay. Input. Let's close it immediately. All right, so we have ID. Oh. ID, lettuce. Name. Topping. Type. Checkbox. And value of lettuce. Wait, what will the checkbox have if we have a value for it? Nothing really, it just has a label. Okay, well, we just copy paste this and put it here. And instead of lettuce, we just do Tomato. Topping checkbox. Tomato. And label. You're free to decide the value and ID, but make sure that your new label and input are associated. Okay, so we just create this whole pair here. And let's do bacon. Right, so topping, checkbox, do bacon, and then we change this to bacon. Except we also have to change things here. It's like hidden bacon. You select lettuce and you get bacon. Bacon. There we go. Boom. 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 Give me everything. I would like veal burger with 20 patties. All of them well done. Thank you. And also like lettuce, lacus for some reason. I almost said lettuce, tomato, and bacon. Radio. However, there are cases when we want to present multiple options and only allow for one selection. Like asking users if they agree or disagree with terms or conditions. That called the radio? Alright. So we need both label and input. Or do we have labels already? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Alright. Let's do input ID. Yes. Type. Radio. What else? Name cheese. What? Okay. Name cheese and value yes. Value equals yes. Oh, the value, I think, for these things is, since we're not actually inputting any information into this input, it has to have a value to send to the back end. So that's why we input the value here. Yeah. And we do the same thing. Wait, no, not the whole thing, just this thing. And we do no radio cheese value no. There we go. Drop down list. So we have the label. All we need is the input. And so ID bun add a select element. Oh, not an input. A select element with the name bun and ID of bun. Does it need does it need closing tags? Yes. Oh, because it's yeah. What is wrong with my throat today? Select. And then we have our options here. Option. Inside the select element, add 3 options. Okay. Okay. Option. Welcome to my world. You talking about the throat thing? Or HTML? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. Like, there are days when it's better, and God damn, there are days when it's worse. But it's likely to do with streaming, because I talk so much. Because this was never a problem before. So I guess my throat is just getting used to talking every day. So we need value of sesame and display the text sesame on the web page. So value sesame and just display sesame. Value equals potato. Potato. The third option can be a value that you choose. Okay. Value equals, I don't know. What type of bun? Sesame, potato, or we could go crazy and write ice cream. Why not? You know, what's wrong with ice cream? Ice cream and burgers? Hmm? Sounds good to me. Bum, 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 bum. So if we don't type anything here, it's not gonna display it, right? Yeah. All right. Data list. Even if we have an organized drop-down list, if the list has a lot of options, it could be tedious for users to scroll through the entire list to locate one option. That's where the data list element comes in handy. It is used with an input type text element. The input creates a text field that users can type into and filter options from the data list. Okay. So it's essentially a typable dropdown. All right. So we have a label and we need a data list. Data list. And we set the ID to be equal to the or of the label. So sauce. Okay. And essentially then we just add options again. Wait, what went wrong? Oh, sauces. Wait, sauces. Doesn't have to match. Oh, it has to match with the input list. Okay. So inside the data list, we add three options. Option. Let's close that sucker too, lest we forget. And all it really needs is the values. And just display it like before with the select. So value equals ketchup. Ketchup. ketchup, and ketchup. We can copy paste this 2 more times. Mayo, mayo. And our special sauce, which is caramel. Caramel. There we go. Perfectly good, acceptable sauce. Ooh, what is this? Why is it being so weird here? I don't like this. I don't like this. What if we start typing? Oh, it narrows it down. Okay. Text area. An input element with text area creates a single row input field for users to type in information. However, there are cases where users need to write in more information, like a blog post. In such cases, instead of using input, we could use text area. The text area element is used to create bigger text fields for users to write more text. We can add attribute rows and columns to determine the amount of rows and columns for the text area. Take a look. Okay. Add your code below. So we just add extension update. Wow. Text area. Text area. We have provided a label, so IDs have to match with the label 4 parameter. ID extra. And then we just set rows to 3. And calls to 40. That's a goddamn big text area. Nope, something went wrong. Intersectional element with a class of extra info. Add a text area with the following attributes. Text area, ID extra. Oh, and name. Name extra. Rows, not row. It's a typo day today. Now add some default text to the created text area. Okay, so enter your wishes. Okay. Cool. Submit form. Remember, the purpose of a form is to collect information that will be submitted. That's the role of the submit button. Users click on it when they are finished with filling out the form in the form. Filling out information in the form. And they're ready to send it off. Now that we've gone over how to create various input elements, let's now go over how to create a submit button. To make a submit button in a form, we're going to use a reliable input element and set type to submit. All right, straightforward. Notice the code snippet that the value assigned to the input shows up as text on the submit button. If there isn't a value attribute, the default text submit shows up on the button. All right. So, at the bottom of the form, In a new section, we create an input element of type submit. I'm really not good at typing today. And the text inside the button should read submit. So just do value equals submit. And them's the beans. All right, here's our full form. Let's create our perfect burger. So, protein. Let's say tuna. Give me 3 patties. Make them well done. I want those onions, I want those tomatoes and lettuce and cheese on a pretzel bun. Oh, they changed my things. God damn it. I could change them back, but it's too much of a hassle. What type of sauce? We're doing ketchup. What else would go on pretzels and tuna? Anything else? Yes. Wrap the whole thing in gold leaf. Thank you. And submit. Thanks for your submission. No problem. Could have centered the burger, but... Alright. Wait, where is it? Create a burger. This is the font. This is the image. Burger logo. Okay, we're not gonna mess with it. Let's continue. We have a project, probably. No. More validation. Oh, okay. Just a little bit. I guess we still have a little bit of time. Ever wonder how a login page actually works? Or why the combination of a username and passwords grants you access to a website? The answer lies in validation. Validation is the concept of checking user-provided data against the required data. There are different types of validation. One type is server-side. Well, we already went through this. Why are you telling me all of this again? So server-side, client-side, yes. Shared among the different browsers are the benefits of using HTML. HTML's built-in client-side validation. Save us time from having to send information to the server and wait for the server to send back information or rejection of the data. This can also help us protect our server from malicious code or data from a malicious user. It also allows us to quickly give feedback to users for specific fields rather than having them fill it in the form again. We went through this. Okay, so it's a little bit more hands-on. Guess we'll do this after lunch. So yeah, lunch break, guys. Go have yourselves a nice lunch. I would get a burger if I could right now, but I'll probably eat something else. And I have to take out my dog. I have to hit the bathroom. I have to refill my water. So lots to do for me. But I don't know about you guys. So I'll just wish you happy next 30 minutes because it's obviously miserable here. Okay. I will see you guys in 30. Okay, we are back. Refreshed, renewed, and ready to rock and roll. Okay, so we have further stuff on forms. So, we can have a required attribute. Right? So currently the form, user can submit it without putting any values inside the input field. Let's change that by adding required attribute to be to the existing input. So, input number required. Right, so now if we click submit, it'll tell us to fill in this field. We can't type in letters, we can type in numbers. But we can type in numbers above 10 currently. So that's a little problem. Another built-in validation we can use is to assign a minimum or maximum value for a number field. Input type number, input type range. To set minimum acceptable value, we could use min, max. Okay, so we do min, set that to 0 or to, oh my god, we set that to 1, and then max, we set that to 10. So now if we try our shenanigans that we did before, it won't let us. We can also check the text length with the min length attribute. So we have to do this for the username, which is over here. And we can type min length equals 3 and max length equals 15. And the same for passwords. You can type in min. Just, let's be lazy. Let's copy paste. So min length of 8, max length of 15. There we go. And we can also match a pattern with the pattern attribute. All right, so we might want to limit usernames to only letters and numbers and not special characters. So to add that validation, we can just type in pattern equals, and we just copy paste this pattern. Simple stuff. All right, we're donezo. Right, so what is the benefit of implementing client-side validation? So it saves us time from having to send information to the server and wait for a server to respond. What attribute should you add to an input element if you want to ensure that users provide a response? Required. True or false, you can assign default text to a text area element by adding text between the opening and closing. True. Yeah. How can we render a drop-down list in a form? With a drop-down tag and set multiple values in the opening. No. Add a select statement with an option. Yes. Based on the code provided, why will the information from the first input element not be sent to the processing HTML when the form is submitted? Because we don't have a submit button. Oh wait, no, we do. Form element is not missing a submit button. And the label's not really necessary. What is necessary, however, is the name attribute, which omits the input's information. Alright, what is rendered on the web page as a result of the code provided? So we have a form, we have a label, what gets rendered, and we have a range type input with the minimum value of 0 and maximum value of 100 and stepping every 10. So a form containing a slider that has a maximum value of 100, minimum value, and moves steps to 10. Yes. How are radio buttons different from checkboxes? Radio buttons can be no. Checkboxes can have labels. No. There's no difference. No. You can select multiple checkboxes, but only one radio button. What is an appropriate scenario for using an input element with the type set to radio? When you want to present users with multiple options and have them choose only one. Yep. What is the benefit of using the label element? Label element validates the value of the input element. Nope. Clicking on the label element will focus on the text field of the associated input element. Does it? I think so. Yeah. Alright, why does the code provided not create a working data list element? Data list, because we don't have the default values, I think. The ordering of the input's attributes is not correct. The ordering doesn't matter. The input's type attribute should be set to data list. The input doesn't have a list attribute to associate itself with the data list. Yeah. All right. Okay, so we have a project. Let's start. So we have to form a story. So forms are great for collecting information on users, like job applications or insightful surveys. However, we can also stretch our creative muscles and have a little fun with forms. For this project, we'll use our knowledge of the HTML form and grab user input to put a spin on a classic story. The logic for parsing and inserting of user inputs is already taken care of in main.js using JavaScript. We also added some styling to the page in style CSS. You can find these files by clicking on a folder, blah blah blah. What you have to do now is make form capable of collecting the correct information so that the newly crafted story makes sense. Okay, so but how are you already having another form here? Is that with JavaScript? Where is it? Speed. original HTML. Okay, let's not obsess with what we don't need to obsess. Okay, so we'll be collecting information from our users using a form. So first we have to add a form under the HR element inside the body. Okay, so form and form. So obviously we need action. That'll take us to story.html, and we need a type or method of get. Right, so we did this and we did that. In the form, create a submit button by adding an input with a type of submit. Assign the value, a value for my story. Okay. So, input. Input. And we have to set a type to submit. And the value of form my story. All right. So we have our submit button. Now we can populate our form with input elements and allow users to type in their responses. We also want to have associated labels with these input elements so users know what they're filling in. All right. So let's add some commenting here. Oh wait, comments in HTML are like so, I think. And then, oh crap. I think exclamation mark, yeah. And then also this, and that. It's so cumbersome to write comments in HTML. All right, so we have our submit button. Okay. So first things first. We need a label. Or let's give it something like animal 1. That should be fine. And then animal. And then we just close this label. Then we need our input with ID animal 1, name animal 1. What else? Type text. Oh, why did I start adding commas here. And let's add required for good measure. Boom. There. Let's actually copy and paste that here. And add a horizontal ruler as well. Cool. Maybe just one. Will do. Yeah, there we go. Much better. All right, so we did that. We did that. We're going to be adding more labels and inputs. So we should add some spacing before the input element. We're just adding breaks. Okay. All right. Okay, so lion. All right, works. Let's start over. Our story has quite a few blanks, so we're going to need a lot more labels and inputs. Add another label, animal 2. So we can just copy this. Let's copy the comment. Let's plonk it down here. First animal label input. And then we can copy the whole thing. I said the whole thing. Ah. And call this second animal. This will be 2. This will be 2. And the name will be 2. All right. That's done. There's another animal in our story. So let's add another label with animal 3. Okay. Paste that. Let's do third animal. Animal 3. Animal 3. Oh, animal 3. Tag must be paired. No start tag. What are you talking about, no start tag? This is a start tag. Hey, you crazy. Dunzo. Let's have our users provide an adjective. So, same thing. Adjective. And we just do ADG 1 instead of animal. ADG 1 and ADG 1. Done. Let's get a verb. It's just a copy paste simulator. Verb. 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 You could use templates. I don't know how to use them yet. They didn't teach me. These silly geese. Alright, so we have our inputs set up that accept text, but we can use some input with different types in our form. Let's add a field that will accept a number. Okay. Let's save it and let's see how it looks. What? Oh, yeah, I typed. I forgot to change these. So we need 3 animals. Then we need adjective, and we need a verb. I'm curious, why is it not adding line breaks after each thing? Well, I guess, oh, I guess it is. Never mind. Because if we had no line breaks, then this would happen. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Not the prettiest, but does the job. Okay, so now we need a number. So we can once again copy this, paste it here, number, num1, ID, num1, nope, num, and then num here, and the type will do number, and here we will have number. One of our blanks requires a yes or no answer. Sounds like we could use some radio buttons for that. Yes, we could. Radio, yes or no. Oh, we also need a span. Span, yes or no. Okay. Oh, I guess then this doesn't really have to have anything. Yes. And yes. Yes. And the label input will be yes. Name is yes. Type will do radio. And we just copy paste this with no. 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 Type radio required. Let's see. Yes or no? Yes, no. It's a little bit weird. I guess we were supposed to add the label under the input. Okay, much better. I don't know if I would add the span, but, you know, they're telling me to do it, so I'll do it. We should now add a radio button that represents the no choice. Already done. Oh, name of answer. All right. Everything else. Oh, we also need a value. Value equals no. And value equals yes. Yeah, because when we send it, this will be the variable name and this will be the value, because we're not writing anything into it. So the story that we're creating for this form involves some sort of speed. Let's give our users a drop-down list of speed options. All right. Speed options. So we need a label. Speed. The label should render the text relative speed, ends in er. All right. Then we add a select. With an ID of speed. Oh. And name of speed. And required. Now we add options. Faster. One example could include faster. Add as many or as few as you'd like. Oh, okay, so value equals faster. Oh. Faster. What are other relative speeds that end with ER? Relative speeds that end in ER. Faster. That's it. What is this? I don't know, some math. I don't know. Quicker? Sure, let's add a second option. But it essentially means the same thing, so I don't know why, but okay. Quicker. One of our stories blanks requires a quote. We could provide our users with a few options, but also give them a choice of adding their own custom quote. To do this, we can use a data list. All right. Set up a data list. We need an accompanying label and input. And we also need a comment to know what we're typing. So, label first. And copy paste again. This time 4 will be quote. Motivational quote. Motivational quote. Then we have an input field. What? I just copied the input field, nothing else. Why did it give me? another label. So our ID will be quote, our name will be quote, type is text. We don't need the value. We need a list equals quote choices and that's it. Type text required. Yes. All right, so then we just add the data list. Data list. And the ID is the same as the list. So quote choices. That's about it. All right, and BR. Let's add a few options with values within the data list element. Let's just copy paste. Let's do 5. If I can think of 5 quotes. So winner, winner, chicken, dinner. What else? Eureka. You gotta be first to be first. Such motivation. What else? Hmm. What else? What else? What else? What else? Let's ask Google. Silly quotes. When in doubt, look intelligent. Awesome. When in doubt, look intelligent. Pretty sure I misspelled that. Yep, it has to have 2 L's. Intelligent. Set a dot here to be grammatical. Images. What else? I may be wrong, but it's highly unlikely. Or I may be wrong, but it's highly unlikely. All right, so we got some good quotes. Done with that. Every good story has a key takeaway. So let's finish off this form by having our users provide this message. Okay, so we'll probably need a label. Well, we first need a comment, and then we need a label. So, this should be message. And meaningful message. Meaningful message. And I guess we're making a text area with ID equals message and name equals message. And required. Also, rows equals 8 and calls equals 40. Boom, 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 boom. And we just add a break. So we are done. Let's save it and let's take a look. Oh my god. What happened here? So after motivational quote, did we not close a label somewhere? Because wait, speed options? What happened to... Oh, all of these are speed options now. Okay, never mind. So this quote. And this one should be meaningful message. But the problem is that our meaningful message cannibalized our quotes and speed options. Let's see. Ah, we didn't close the text area properly. So, text area. That was not it. Text R. That was it. At least. Wait, what is going on here? Alright, let's take it from the top. Yes works. The relative speeds don't work. ID speed. Oh, it doesn't work because we done goofed. Right, there we go. Now it works. So our motivational quote also works. Kind of. I just missed a quotation mark here. And the meaningful message. I don't like the formatting, but suppose it's fine. Okay, so let's try. We do lion. We do a mouse. Wait. I feel like I know the story. So a lion doesn't really work. Let's have a platypus. Is that how you spell it? No. Platypus. And let's do an alligator. Also misspelled. I think it's 2 L's. Yep. And finally, a stork. Adjective. Wait, my English is rusty. What's an adjective? It's a thing that describes a thing. Yeah, attribute. So let's say blindingly ugly. A verb. Kick. Number 56. No. 420. Yes or no? No. Relative speeds, quicker, motivational quote. I'm gonna do winner winner chicken dinner. And the meaningful message is, and that's why, kids, you gotta go to school. For my story, please. The platypus and the alligator. A platypus was making fun of the alligator one day for being slow. Do you ever get anywhere? He asked with a mocking laugh. No, replied the alligator, but I get there. Null than you think. Okay, so that didn't work. I'll run you a race and prove it. The platypus was much blindingly ugly? What? An adjective doesn't work here. Was much... I can't even think a word that they're trying to use here. Wait, let's take a look at the original story. It just doesn't load. Was much amused. Oh, okay. So, was much blindingly ugly at the idea of running a race with the alligator, but for the fun of the thing, he agreed. So the stork, who had consented to act as a judge, marked the distance and yelled, "Winner, winner, chicken dinner." The platypus was soon far out of sight, and to make the alligator feel very deeply how ridiculous it was for him to try and race with the platypus, he went off the course to practice kick for 420 hours until the alligator could catch up. The alligator, meanwhile, kept going slowly but steadily, and after a time, passed the place where the platypus was kick. Okay. The platypus was so caught up in kick, and when at least he did stop, the alligator was near the goal. The platypus now ran his swiftest, but he could not overtake the alligator in time. Moral of the story, and that's why, kids, you gotta go to school. A chef's kiss of a story. It has just the right amount of nonsense to make the moral of the story be true. Alright, enough messing around. I missed a task somewhere. We can click next. And we have our review. So, nothing new here. Let's just jump into the long-awaited JavaScript syntax part 3. So, in this unit, we will learn intermediate JavaScript concepts. The goal of this unit is to understand intermediate JavaScript concepts, such as classes and modules. Knowing these concepts will improve your ability to write JavaScript programs and prepare you for creating web applications. After this unit, you'll be able to create classes in JavaScript, implement JavaScript modules, and create JavaScript errors and handle them. Roger that. So JavaScript is an object-oriented programming language we can use to model real-world items. In this lesson, we will learn how to make classes. Classes are a tool that developers use to quickly produce similar objects. Well, we could do that before with our factory functions as well. I mean, But I guess... I don't know. Okay. Take, for example, an object representing a dog named Haley. The dog's name, a key, is Haley. A value and has behavior, another key of 0. We create the Haley object below. Alright, so Haley, behavior, we get name, we get behavior, and we increment the behavior. Alright, now imagine you own a dog daycare, and you want to create a catalog of all the dogs who belong to the daycare. Instead of using the syntax above, for every dog that joins the daycare, we can create a dog class that serves as a template for creating new dog objects. We can create... Wait. As you can see, classes are a great way to reduce duplicate code and debugging time. No, I can't see it because you haven't shown it to me yet. Well, I guess you've shown it to me here. So essentially the difference is that all we have to do is just have a constructor with the... Oh, so it's basically the same. We have parameters, we have constructor, which in Python is just an initializer. And instead of self, we just use this. We have some getters, increment behavior. Okay, simple shit. Excuse my language. Okay, so in the next exercise, you will learn about classes in greater detail. Before you do, take a moment to study the class in main.js. Spend some time identifying similarities and differences between the class in main and the code we used to create a Haley object in the instructions above. Done. Copy the class instantiation method call and console log statements below. So you instantiate objects the same way pretty much, right? So we have a variable, Haley, and you just call the class with new. And you pass him a parameter. New dog, Haley. Oh, you have to type in the... Oh, yes, I have to type in the name. Because that's the parameter. Right. And then you can basically access everything. So console... You can access everything through the variable name. So Haley.name. Just copy paste this. Haley name, Haley behavior, increment behavior, increment behavior. Yes, a function call. Then name again, and then behavior. Yeah, so it's pretty much the same. Oh, increment behavior is not a function. Bet you $20 it is. Undefined, undefined, undefined. Why? Did I make a mistake somewhere? What? Has already been declared. Well, line 27. Excuse me. There we go. Okay, so what's the difference here? What did I miss? Oh, misspelled behavior. Good old English language. Behavior. What? Increment. Behavior. Oh, that makes sense. Right, because we're console logging. We shouldn't be console logging this. Because it does not have a return statement. There we go. Constructor. In the last exercise, you created a class called dog and used it to produce a dog object. Although you may see the similarities between class and object syntax, there's one important method that sets them apart. It's called the constructor method. JavaScript calls the constructor method every time it creates a new instance of a class. Dog is the name of our class by convention. We capitalize and Pascal case class names. JavaScript will invoke the constructor method every time we create a new instance of our dog class. This constructor method accepts one argument, name. Inside of the constructor method, we use the keyword this in the context of a class. This refers to an instance of that class. In the dog class, we use this to set the value of the dog instance's name property to the name argument. All right. Let's create a class. Surgeon. Class. Surgeon. 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 And we have a constructor with what? Name and department. And so we do this name equals name, and this department equals department. If I can type. And yeah, that's done. Pretty simple stuff. Instance. Now we're ready to create class instances. An instance of an object. All right, let's just jump straight into this stuff. Create an instance of the surgeon class. Set name to Francisco Romero, and department to cardiovascular. All right, so const surgeon. Did I spell that right? Yeah. Surgeon Romero equals Surgeon, not Surgeon, name. Francisco Romero. And department is cardiovascular. Huh? Last constructor. Surgeon can add, new. New. Create an instance. All right, we're doing the same thing. Except we doing Surgeon Jackson. And Ruth Jackson. Denzel Washington. Methods. So it's the same stuff. The syntax. I guess the only difference in syntax is that we don't need commas between methods. All right, so in the surgeon constructor, prepend the name and department properties with an underscore. Sure. Inside of the constructor, add a property named remaining vacation days. All right, this remaining vacation days. Shouldn't it be here though? Because not everybody's gonna have the same remaining vacation days. But okay. Under the constructor, create a getter called name that returns value saved to name. So here, get name and return this dot name. And same with department. Department. Return this department. Remaining vacation days. Okay. This get remaining vacation days. Take vacation days that accepts one argument named days off. Okay. Const. Wait, do we need a const? No, we don't. So take vacation days. Days off. Wait, that is how we do that. Yes, yes. And inside the method, subtract days off from the days. All right, so return. So I'll just copy paste stuff. Minus this. Nope. Inside the method, subtract days off from the number saved to remaining vacation days. Set remaining vacation days to the result. Oh. This dot remaining vacation days equals what? This. Excuse me. Inside the method, subtract days off from the number saved to remaining vacation days. Set remaining vacation days to the result. What does that mean? Well, that's what it means. This. What are they doing? Well, wow, show-offs. But you don't need the underscore anymore because you have a getter. Do you need it? Fine, I'll do it your way. Okay, let's take a break. Getting sleepy again. 10 minutes as usual. We're skibbity back. Skibbity bibbity back. Yes, we are, Thor. Yes, we are. I think he enjoyed the pets. He seems a bit worried about the noises coming from the hallway. So he's like a little bit on guard. He's really unsure about the stuff that goes on in the hallway. He's a little spooked by it. Alright, so we figured out the methods. Let's move on. We have method calls. So let's use our new methods to access and manipulate data from the dog instances. Okay. It's fairly standard stuff. In the example above, we create a dog class and create an instance and save it to a variable named Haley. Wait, what? In the oh, here. Okay, yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, okay. So we have to do what? We have to console log and print a value saved to the name property of the Surgeon Romero object. So Sergi on Romero dot name. Put this in parentheses and we just do console log. Up. Calm down. All right, so take vacation days with an input of 3. Dot take vacation days with 3. And after we check the remaining vacation days. So remaining vacation days. Right? Yes. Nope. Remaining vacation. I might have misspelled it again. Oh, it's a function call. Never mind. Oh. No, it's not. What am I talking about? Surgeon Romero is not a function. I'm not calling a function. Wait. Oh, we console log that. Right. There we go. Inheritance. Imagine our doggy daycare is so successful that we've decided to expand the business and open a kitty daycare. Before the daycare opens, we need to create a cat class so we can quickly generate cat instances. We know that the properties in our cat class are similar to the properties in our dog class, though there will be some differences. Because, of course, cats are not dogs. So let's say that our cat class looks like this. All right. In the example above, we create a cat class. It shares a couple of properties like name and behavior, and a method increment behavior with the dog class from the earlier class. The cat class also contains one additional property, uses litter, that holds a Boolean value to indicate whether a cat can use their litter box. When multiple classes share properties or methods, they become candidates for inheritance. Is the music loud? Feels loud. Or louder than it was before. Okay, so are we object-oriented programming, son? Hell yeah, son! I'm surprised that this is quite similar to Python OOP. So, inheritance. How do we do that? Yeah, the concepts are the same. The syntax is pretty similar too. And in some Winchy G, thank you for the follow. And in some C++ or Java. Well, that's good to know because I will be tackling C++ or C. Hello, Winchy G, how's it going? Because I know that I did look a little bit up about C languages, and I think C# is used with Linux, and C++ is used in Windows. Love to see a fellow self-learner. Oh yeah, there's plenty of them here on Twitch. But I'm glad you landed on me. What are you learning? Classes don't exist in C though? Okay. So check them. If I can implore you to please explain to me in as simple terms possible the differences between C++, C#, and C. If you don't have to, I'll look it up eventually, but I'm curious right now. In the example above, animal class contains the properties and methods that cat and dog classes share. What? Like, sure, because we wrote them manually. But what about inheritance? Learning upside, containers, CI/CD, Kubernetes. Okay, that's cool. I see a lot of job requirements asking for Kubernetes and containerization. But I still don't know what that is. How's it going so far? How far along are you? And like, are you just Googling things or are you following like a course like me? Okay, so the parent class animal. And then we have two child classes. All right. In the last exercise, we created a parent class named animal for two child classes named cat and dog. The animal class contains the shared properties and methods of cat and dog. Not a big pro about low-level languages. All I can say is that C is the parent of C++ and C#. There's a memory management aspect. C++ and tools add tools to C that I don't know much about. Classes are integrated, unlike in C. And all I know about C# is that it's used with Unity to build games, for example. Okay. No, it's helpful. Um, I'm a big noob when it comes to low-level languages. You and me both. I'm even a bigger noob because I didn't even know that. All good reviewing for CKA exams. Doing a course, googling here and there as well. Also learning C. Well, we will be learning C in the future, but not just yet. What is a CKA exam? Yeah, I'm curious. Certified Kubernetes admin. Oh, okay. Sounds like some serious stuff. Same. I've heard the word Kubernetes, but no idea what it is. What do you eat it with? Is it jam? Is it I don't know, tahini? Mm. All right, so we need doctor, nurse, and blah blah blah. Upside in our company is lacking, so I'm kind of transitioning from software engineering. Is that not related though? Like, no? We do the product. Ops is different. Ops dev do manage the environments of other devs. No. Or am I saying bullshit? More on deployments, infrastructure, and scaling. Oh, okay. Yeah, I always wonder. I haven't done a lot of research into like DevOps and what's the difference between like a DevOps person and just a software engineer. Um, so I guess now I have a better understanding. Thanks to Vinci G. Cool. Cool. How long have you been programming, man? Bum, 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 bum. All right, so let's get back into it. We need a class from parent class. Blah, blah, blah. Below we have listed properties methods you will find in the doctor and nurse classes. So we have to create two subclasses. All right, so class doctor. Wait, let's quickly open a cheat sheet so we can have. Hey Thor, would you mind not ricketing the camera? Because you're gonna toss it on the ground. Please step away from this area, Mr. Thor. Come on. Here's your toy. Go get it. He's like, God damn it, I have to move. 2 years, I'm a baby. Almost 3 years in. Don't even call myself a dev still. Okay, that's a little bit concerning. I mean, you should be able to by 3 years in. Right. In the wrong place. And JavaScript part 3. Cheat sheet. There we go. All right, so yeah, just like I expected. Class doctor. So we need constructor. Is it constructor or construct? All right, let's close that. Let's close that. Close event listeners. There. Yeah, it's constructor. Okay. So our constructor takes in a name, the remaining vacation days, and insurance. Well, do we take in insurance here? Maybe, maybe not. Let's see. This name equals name. Rep this nope, not insurance. Remaining vacation days equals 20. And this insurance equals insurance. Let's default that to true. It's probably not gonna let us, but that's how I would do it. I would set the remaining vacation days also in here, but you know. Right, and underscores, because that's a thing apparently with every exercise in here. Right, so we have a similar thing going on with the nurse. Nurse. Name, remaining vacation days, and certifications. Certifications. Oh, we missed a method here. I don't deeply understand what I'm doing. Nobody does, man. Nobody deeply understands, except for the guys that have been working in the field for 20 years and they're highly specialized. Those guys know their shit. But ask them something else probably, and they won't know either. So, you know, who cares? I'm a hacker, wrote Y Combinator once. I can use some libraries, but if you ask me to build one myself, it's Joe Ever, proving that I lack a deep understanding of what I'm doing. For example, React, I can use it a bit, but if I have to explain how and why it works, I'm dead. It's fine. You know, nobody knows everything. Check him. Like, you'll get there eventually. But just to deprive yourself of the accomplishment of calling yourself a dev after putting in 3 years of work, it's not a good enough reason. A lot of people, you haven't done a survey. You don't know how many people. Maybe a lot of people in your environment, you know, in your company. That's just a testament that your company has good employees. It's not a testament that you're a bad one. The levels asked where I live are insane. They asked that kind of thing to get hired. Well, yeah, that's just a testament to the requirements in your area. It's not a testament on whether you're a good developer or not, or whether you're even a developer or not. You know, just don't beat yourself up over it. You're fine. You'll get there eventually. Hell, I broke production a few days ago. What happened, Vinci? Right, so we're missing a method here. Take vacation days. like so, I think. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah. So take vacation days, and we will just do this. Just copy things. Gotta get used to copying things, because who's got time to write stuff? Minus equal days off. And we obviously need this in here. I try to believe, but the difference between hope and cope is thin. It is, but you know, it's something I worked on myself in the past, and it was and it still is, I guess, a sort of destructive mindset for me, because it's very easy to also say like, oh, this is just cope, this is just cope, this is just cope constantly, and to how to explain it, and to just get into this negative mindset which stops you from doing stuff further. Butchered config file deployed to production, client sending requests failed. No one can use our app for 10 minutes. 200,000 production data sent to testing DB. Holy crap. In my defense, my senior approved the production. Okay. Well, it's your senior's fault then. It's not yours. All right. So we also have methods take vacation days and add certification. I bet we don't need this here, but we'll see. So properties are the same. We have name. We have remaining vacation days, which is here, and certifications. Yes. All right, so let's add the methods. Take vacation days. Hey, Thor, don't lay next to the camera, please. You're gonna break it. It's gonna fall on the ground, and it'll break. Please go inside your bed. Go here. Go in there. And stay there. Thank you. The stress from such situation could kill me, I think. Yeah. Hate to say it, Checkham, but it's something that you gotta work on. Because eventually, a situation like that could happen to you, and you don't want it to kill you. Love what I do. Have a kid, so studying after work is hard. Yeah. Like, it's fairly like challenging to study when you have a lot of free time. It is so much harder when you don't. Like, I completed a degree in finance while working full time. It was hell. Living hell. Learning from mistakes, I know. Not necessarily learning from mistakes, but more like understanding that mistakes will happen, especially in programming. And to be able to just accept that as a fact and move on immediately without dwelling on it, without blaming yourself, without, bad mouthing yourself. That's what's important. Because everybody makes mistakes. Some people might pretend that they don't, but they do. So being able to just roll that off like water from a goose, that's the key, you know? And of course, if you can learn from the mistakes, that's a bonus, you know? That's at least that's the way I see it, you know? It happens. Everybody makes mistakes. I hope that if I get hired one day, my mentor will be understanding. He will. You'll be fine, Checkham. Trust me. I haven't been... I'm rarely wrong. Well, okay, I'm wrong. Yeah, okay, everybody makes mistakes, but not me. No, but you'll be fine. Trust me. All right, let's let's get back to this. We also need the same take vacation days function here. Oh, see, made a mistake. Good thing there's Control Z, Control Z. Yeah. We need take vacation days and we need add certifications. So add certifications. Cert. They don't really tell you what they want you to do here, but I guess we'll write just pass for now. Nope, of course not. Not happy. Not happy. Error, error, critical error. Is this the problem? No. Is the pass the problem? No. Bum 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 bum. Do they just want me to write empty functions? Empty methods, I mean? Oh, we also need hospital employee. Class hospital employee. Add a constructor with name as an argument. Constructor name. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. This music gets me pumped. I'm a little bit more awake. Inside of the constructor, set the instance's name to name and remaining vacation days to 20. Already done. Nope. Inside the constructor. Which constructor? Well, this one. Or this one. This name equals... Nope, 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 nope. This name equals name. Name is an argument. Okay. No, still not happy. Did you set this remaining vacation days equal to 20? Remaining vacation days to 20. Yes. And yes. I feel like Codecademy is being stupid again. Where's getters? Where's the thing? Hospital employee. Name. Oh, so also for the hospital employee. Even though we're not... Okay. This... just copy the damn thing. Such an awkward way to write classes here. Under the constructor, create getters for your name and remaining vacation days properties. Inside the getter, return the properties value. Sure. So get name, return this dot name, and get remaining vacation days, return. This dot. Oh, what? Get name. Was it supposed to be with? Where is it? Supposed to have parentheses? Probably. Yep. Under the getters, add a method called take vacation days. Should accept one argument called days off. All right, so basically do this. Oh, so maybe we don't need these here. Or do we? Never mind, we didn't have to really do this. All we had to do was this. So all of that is superfluous code for now, but it's fine. So we just modify this. Oh, yep, yep. This dot minus equals this dot minus days. Oh, never mind. We don't have to write this again. We just do this. Inside the method, subtract days off from remaining vacation days. That's exactly what I'm doing. Days off from remaining vacation days. Save the result to remaining vacation days. Alright. Are you being dumb again, Codecademy? Take vacation days. This remaining vacation days minus equal days off. What's the difference? Unexpected token. In line 26. Oh, it's a weird C here. All right, we're done. Okay, so we wrote the hospital employee. Now we need to write the nurse. Class nurse. Nerd. Instructor. I already did all of that. Constructor. All right, so name. Remaining. No, that's inside. And we do certifications. So this dot name. Well, again, we can copy stuff. Meaning vacation days and this certifications. What is that? Oh, we didn't really have to do all of this again, but Or did we? Did you create a nurse class that extends hospital employee? Okay, maybe I should have read this. Yeah, probably should have. I was just like, okay, let's go. All right, so we abstracted the shared properties and methods of our cat and dog classes into a parent class called animal. Now that we have these shared properties and methods in the parent animal class, we can extend them into the subclass cat. So, all right, so that's the syntax. We extend cat. No, we extend animal onto cat. And we add the same parameters as n. No. Okay. In the example above, we create a new class named cat that extends the animal class. Let's pay special attention on our new keywords, extends and super. The extends keywords makes the methods of the animal class available inside the cat class. All right. The constructor called when you create a new cat object accepts two arguments, name and uses litter. So the constructor works the same way. We just define the constructor for the cat class, right? And then the super keyword calls the constructor of the parent class. In this case, super name passes the name argument of the cat class to the constructor of animal class. When the animal constructor runs it, it sets this name equals name for a new cat class, new cat instance. And uses litter is a new property that is unique to cats, so we set it in the cat constructor. All right, so question here. Wait, maybe they will answer it. Notice we call super on the first line of our constructor, then set the uses litter property on the second line, right? You must always call the super method before you can use the this keyword. If you do not, JavaScript will throw a reference error. All right. Okay, so my question is, in the super, do we have to pass properties that are all of the properties, I mean, that are available in the parent class, or only the ones that we want to pass on to the child class? Right, so in this case, our nurse has name and certification, and super has just name. So technically, we don't really need to set these. We only set the one that is new, right? I think so. No, super keyword unexpected here. Where else would you expect it? Oh, we need to extend it. Class nurse extends hospital employee. Yeah. Do. Easy. Yeah, I just have to recall a little bit working with classes in Python, but otherwise it's pretty much the same thing. Inside the nurse class, create a constructor that accepts two arguments. Use the list of properties above to name these arguments. So we did, it's just name and certification. Done. In the nurse constructor, call the parents constructor method and pass the appropriate values. Done. Inside the nurse constructor and under the super, set certifications. Done. Okay, so that seems to be the case. We only need to set those parameters which are new to the class that we are creating, to the child class. Otherwise, everything else is already set in the parent class. Roger that. Under the nurse class, create a new instance of nurse and save it to the constant variable named nurse only. Nurse olink. The F. Okay. Nurse. Olinik. Okay. Nurse. Olinik. And the certifications will be trauma and pediatrics. Whenever I'm working with classes, I always get this nagging question, which is, has someone actually gone and sat down and like modeled, I don't know, the world in classes? Like start from, I don't know, the smallest thing and work your way up with like all the inheritances and whatnot, and I don't know, like say a microbe, right? And then create a class for microbe, then move the level up, whatever's above the microbe, then level up until you reach like, I don't know, the galaxy or the universe. Ever played League of Legends? Yes. Why? Every character, Nexus Towers, are children of the class minion. Everything in LoL is a minion. Oh, you mean everything? Huh. Interesting. That's pretty cool. I'd be interested to know if there was someone who's managed to, like, write code to model, like, the entire universe in classes. That would take such a long time, probably. Such a long time. Years. Alright, so now that we know how to create an object that inherits properties from its parent class, let's turn attention to methods. When we call extends in class declaration, all apparent methods are available to the child class. Below, we extend our animal class to a cat subclass. There's always that guy doing that kind of things. Okay, wait. Let's try and Google this. How do we even Google this? Biggest class model in programming. No, it's probably... Ever heard of that guy that created Temple OS? I don't even know. What is Temple OS? The greatest dev of all time? No. What is Temple OS? Well, I can actually Google it. I'm in Google. Temple OS. Wait, why is there... Is it Linus? No, it's probably not. So Temple OS, formerly J operating system, Loose Thos, and Sparrow OS is a biblical-themed lightweight operating system designed to be the third temple prophesied in the Bible. It was created by an American programmer, Terry A. Davis, who developed it alone over the course of a decade. After a series of manic episodes that he later described as a revelation from God. The system was characterized as a modern 64-bit Commodore 64, using an interface similar to mixture of DOS and Turbo C. Davis proclaimed that the system's features, such as its 640 by 480 resolution, 16-bit color display, and a single voice audio, were designed according to explicit instructions from God. When was this? 2005. So a decade before. Okay, that's normal for the time frame. Hey, welcome back, Happy. Yeah, we're looking at Temple OS. Holy C. It was programmed with an original variation of C named Holy C in place of Basic, and included an original flight simulator, compiler, and kernel. Okay. Critical reception. Temple OS received mostly sympathetic reviews. Tech journalist David Castle opined, I'm not familiar with that word, that programming websites tried to find the necessary patience and understanding to accommodate Davis. Tech Republic and OS News published positive articles on Davis's work, even though Davis was banned from the latter for hostile comments targeting its readers and staff. In his review for Tech Republic, James Sanders concluded that Temple OS is a testament to the dedication and passion of one man displaying his technological prowess. It doesn't need to be anything more. OS News editor Kroc came and wrote that the OS shows that computing can still be a hobby. Why is everybody so serious these days? If I want to code an OS that uses interpretive dance as the input method, I should be allowed to do. Companies like Apple be damned. In 2017, the OS was shown as a part of an outsider art exhibition in Borg. I'm not gonna spell that. Just to spare your sanity, check them. Alright. Okay, it's awesome. I mean, sure. Why not? Why not? A Christian OS. After Davis's death, OS News editor Tom Howlerda wrote, Davis was clearly a gifted programmer. Writing an entire operating system is no small feat, and it was sad to see him affected by his mental illness. Yeah, I mean, why not? At some point, every developer is reading this Wikipedia article. Oh my god. Things you learn. Alright, let's continue with our own Class OS. Class OS Mini. So we get all the methods from the parent class. Okay. In the example above, our cat class extends animal. As a result, the cat class has access to the animal getters and the increment behavior method. Okay. So also in the code above, we create a cat instance named BryceCat. Because BryceCat has access to the name getter, the code below logs Bryce to the console. Normal stuff. Since the extends keyword brings all of the parents, getters, and methods into the child class, accesses name getter and returns yes. Now consider a more involved example and try to answer the following question. What will the code below log to the console? So BryceCat increment behavior. Well, Well, it should print behavior. The value of behavior. The answer is 1, but why? Well, okay, I was just overthinking it. Thought it was a trick question. So the cat class inherits the behavior property, behavior getter, and the increment behavior method from the animal class. All right, so we get properties, right? So bum, 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 bum. Actually, here's a question. Why do we have to declare the name property in the super here, but not the behavior one? Call take cache days with input. Okay. With an input of 5 on your nurse Olinik. Under the method call, log the value saved to the remaining vacation days property in nurse Olinik. Oh. Okay. Still didn't answer my question though. Maybe they will further on. All right, so in addition to the inherited features, child classes can contain their own properties, getters, setters, and methods. Below, we will add a uses litter getter. The syntax for creating getters, setters is the same as it any place. Yeah. Compare the cat class above to the one we created without inheritance. Never used classes in JavaScript. I mean, it takes. I remember learning about classes in Python, and it was a bitch to learn. It was so confusing in the beginning. Everything was just like, why this, why that, and I just dropped it, you know. Then I tried again. I got as far as, oh, you use classes but not in JavaScript. That's pretty similar. And then I got as close to learning how to actually write classes, but then I got confused by inheritance again. Well, not again, but I got confused by inheritance and I just dropped it again. And now in the bootcamp, when I picked up Python again, it's something clicked. And now it's not as confusing. Not to say that I'm a pro at classes, but I definitely am not, but I can work with them to an extent. All right, so we decreased the number of lines required to get cat class by about half. Yes, it did require an extra class animal, making the reduction in the size of our cat class seem moot. However, the benefits of inheritance grow as the number and size of your subclasses increases. Actually, like, because you get a lot of people pushing this idea of abstraction, right? So abstract your classes, abstract your functions, put some abstraction in more abstraction, put your functions in your functions. But I don't know, there's an argument to be made that while it does does it really like save time, and does it really increase readability? Because then when someone else reads your code, right? They they arrive at one function and they're like, okay, so this have to now go check another function, and then have to go check another function, and this value have to check in this and there, and then you have to jump around in the code a lot. And so, is that more readable? Is the question, I guess. JS classes were introduced late, and some people advise not to use them. Hmm. Okay. But you have to know how it works. Why not use them, though? One benefit is that when you need to change a method or property that multiple classes share, you can change the parent class instead of each subclass. Okay, makes sense. Before we move past inheritance, take a moment to see how we would create an additional subclass called dog. Well, pretty standard stuff. Simple objects can do the same job, for example. Well, yeah. I guess it just depends on the scope, right? Like, if you just need a couple of objects, that's fine. But if you're like creating hundreds and hundreds, probably gonna have to use a class. But then again, like I said, you can probably use an object factory function and do the same thing. All right, so use the properties and methods below to help you complete the task that follows. Under the nurse constructor, add a getter that returns the value saved to the nurse instance's certifications. Okay. So get certifications. Turn this dot certifications. Add a method called add certification under the certification getter. Okay. Wait, so when we're doing certifications, we're passing in an array. Oh, okay. So, add certifications. Do we need a const here? I think so. Oh my god. I've been working with JS since the beginning and never had to use them. But again, I'm from working in a professional environment, so that statement is most certainly not representative. Using Angular, you're basically using classes everywhere. They even removed the classes from React, so not so long ago, and preferred using functional programming. All right. So, I guess it comes down to preference and people creating tools. So whichever preference they have, they're like, "Fuck this thing. I'll remove it entirely from my tool cuz I don't know. I either don't know how to use classes, so I won't use classes entirely in my tool, or, you know, I do know how to do that and you can do that." Really need to learn it? You mean classes or Angular? Is the final boss of front end dev frameworks? You said the same thing about forms. So which one is it? Check them, huh? Which one? I'm starting to not trust you. Everything's a final boss now. Trying to scare me, huh? Add a method called add certification under the certification getter. Done. Should accept one input. New certification. And we just push the bastard. This certification. Where was it? Certifications. Dot push new certification. Did you add a method? Oh, it's not happy probably about this. We need a const here? I don't think we do. Need to go back to static method. Do we need a comma? Probably not. Add certifications. Why is this lit differently? Forms is the final boss of HTML elements. Angular is the final boss of front-end frameworks. Oh, okay. I hate using RxJS. Symfony is the final boss of back-end frameworks. Check them. Don't classify everything into final bosses. Just say it's the final obstacle that I will definitely overcome when time comes. That sounds so much more positive and friendly and optimistic. Symfony's overrated. Final boss gotta be beaten. Or it could beat you, you know? But an obstacle, you'll get over it eventually. So wait, I'm fudging up something here. Let's take a look. Add certification, new certification, this certification push. New certification. Uh-huh. Okay. But okay. Let's go. Wait, what? New certification, new certification. Oh, then we have to inside the method use the push method. Wait, we did it. What are you talking about? Add certification. Mayank, welcome back. How's it going? It's going pretty god diggity damn great. We're doing object-oriented programming in JS now. How are you, man? What are you up to? This either morning, afternoon, or evening? We're also discussing how we hate everything related programming. Angular, RxJS, PHP, just everything, you know? Everything's a final boss, everything is horrible. We just want to toss everything into the trash and be done with it. All right, so we just add a certification here for our lovely nurse Olink. Where is it? There. And she has been certified in genetics. I don't think nurses have to have genetics certifications, but, you know, maybe they do. Like, Trauma and pediatrics make sense, but genetics? Not so much. We want to console log that bad boy. There's all link certifications. Where are you? There. There we go. We'll resume watching tutorials. Tutorials about what? Only Markdown find grace in my eyes. I did not understand that sentence. Only Markdown. What? Oh, what is Markdown? Oh, JavaScript tutorials. Okay. What have you learned so far, Mayank? I don't know how to pronounce that. Have you gotten to where I am now? Objects and classes? Or are you just starting out? All right, let's move on. Markdown is a formatting language to create docs, for example. Oh. Everything has a language. Freaking Excel has a language. Does it need one? I don't know. Maybe. Excel's overrated as it is. JS2, 3 tutorials in last year. This one is a revision run for me. Ah, I see. Okay. So you know some JavaScript, but you're just sort of revising, right? You can run GPT-2 in Excel. Use org. What is org? I feel like I don't know so much. And excuse me for interrogating you guys on every little keyword that I don't know, but that's just what you sign for when you come into this channel. Orgmode.org. Orgmode.org. The hell? There's a unicorn here. A major mode for keeping notes, authoring documents, computational notebooks, literate programming, maintaining to-do lists, planning projects, and maintaining to-do lists. Seriously, you need a language for that? You just... to-do list. Okay, not this one. No, not this one. No, not... Okay, what? Just a second. To-do. Never mind, I'll open my to-do. There. You need a programming language for this? Clickety clickety clackety. No, you don't. Stop being spoiled, people. This website looks good. Did you sign up for a subscription? Which website? Are you talking about? Are you talking about Codecademy? Not even using Notion. What a noob. Yes, I have subscribed. I have the pro version. It is pretty good. It's a lot of theory, but also a decent amount of exercises. It's like Markdown. You can insert org to-dos in source code and in your notes, but can be used to write academic papers, to-do lists. You can also do literate config files. All right, this lingo that you guys are using is getting out of hand. You do you, I'll do my little tiny objects here. All right, so static methods. Sometimes you want a class to have methods that aren't available to in individual instances, but that you can call directly from the class. So take date class, for example. You can both create date instances to represent whatever date you want and call static methods like date.now, which return the current date directly from the class. the .now method is static, so you can call it directly from the class, but not from an instance of the class. Let's see how to use static keyword to create a static method called generateName method in our animal class. Oh, so we typically use it for use within the class itself, I guess. So just add static. Okay. In the example above, we create a static method called generateName that returns a random name when it's called. Because of the static keyword, we can only access generateName by appending it to the animal class. Huh? We create a static method called generateName that returns a random name. Because of the static keyword, we can only access generateName by appending it to the animal class. What do you mean by appending it to the animal class? You mean just writing it in the animal class? Or animal.generateName? You cannot access generateName methods from instances of the animal class. Oh, so you just have to call the class directly instead of instances. Okay, I get it. Or the subclasses. I get it. The example above will result in an error because you cannot call static methods on an instance. Roger that. Okay, so inside our hospital employee class, create a static method called generatePassword. When it's called, this method should return a random integer between 0 and 10,000. Sure. This song slaps. Okay, so let's do it here. So static generate password, and that's about it. So let's see if I remember how to write a function to generate a number with a given range. So const min value equals Hmm. 0. Wait. No. No, I don't remember. JavaScript generate random number. Where was it? Here. Wait, where's my window? Where did you... Oh. I can just do this. Jeebus. Right, so... generate password. So we'll just do const. Oh, we need to seal it. We don't need to seal it, I guess. Maybe we do. I mean, might as well. So min val math dot seal and Codecademy is probably not going to accept this once again, but Wait a sec. Wait, I guess we don't need all of this, really. All we'd have to do is just return math, lore, math, random, random times 10,000 minus 0 plus 0. That's so? Oh, yeah, works. Let's try and call it. See if it actually works. So to call it, we just do console log hospital employee dot generate password. Right? Yep. And it's giving us randomo numbero. Cool. It works. I still have a brain. And review. So, we learned that classes are templates for objects. We learned that JavaScript calls a constructor method. Okay, we learned blah, blah, blah. We know what we learned. Quiz time. Which of the following is a method of the rental unit class? So, this. Yep. Which of the following keywords is required to create a new class? Class. Yes. What is the purpose of inheritance? To create functions that pass through the same parameters through a chain of functions? No. Share data and methods between objects? Create new functions that have the same data and methods as other functions. No, it's shared data and methods between objects. I guess is the closest answer. Which of the following will create an instance of the rental unit class and save it to a variable called myRental? Create an instance of rental unit class. Save it to a variable, myRental. So, where is it? We pass in address and cost. That's address and cost. Rental unit. myRental. What's the difference between the two? All right, we need the new keyword. Yeah. Which of the following is the subclass in the example below? Well, it's the apartment. Which of the following problems do classes alleviate? Classes inherit properties and methods from objects that make it easy to create objects with the same property values, but different property names. What? No. Classes make it easy to create multiple objects that share property names and methods. Yeah. Objects make it easy to create multiple classes. Okay, that makes no sense. Classes make it easy to create multiple objects that share property names, but not methods. Well, what is the purpose of the constructor method? Is only used in subclasses. The arguments are sent to the parent class. Nope. Each property has a constructor method. It's called whenever you try to set or get the property. Makes no sense. The constructor is called when you create new instance of a class. It sets the property values for each instance. Yep. What is the purpose of the super keyword? Super keyword is used in subclasses to call a parent constructor. Yes. Hey, Thor, stop putting your grubby little paws on the newly painted wall. Yes, I'm talking to you. Go to your bed, weirdo. Here, bed. There you go. Isn't it comfy? Don't you like it more than laying on a hard floor? He's silent. He knows it's the truth. The super keyword is used in subclasses to call parent constructor. Well, that's probably the correct answer, but let's take a look at the other ones. Hey, he's a good boy. Yeah, he is. He is. But he has his quirks. The super keyword is called in a parent class to access properties and all. Nope. Super keyword automatically create getters and setters. I wish. And super keyword is used to make the methods in parent classes available. Okay, so yeah. How would you call the random burrow method in the example below? So random burrow. Labrador? No, it's a golden retriever. Random burrow method. Where is it? There. It's a static one. So we call it apartment.static. I mean apartment.random burrow. My apartment. Apartment. Yes. Why will the code below throw an error? Oh, God. All right, let's take a quick skim through here. Well, that's because the child class does not have a super. In the apartments constructor, in the apartments constructor, the super keyword must be called before this is used. Yeah. Last time I skipped classes in constructor. Well, I was hesitant about learning them in my boot camp. Again. It's outdated stuff. Is it though? I guess we already figured out because it depends on which technology you're using. Because like, wait, who was it that said? Let me just scroll up a bit. I think it was Vinci who said that it's all over someone said it. Can't find it anymore. Well, can't find it anymore. But I guess it depends on the technology. When you create a subclass using extends keyword, what will the class inherit from its parent? All the parent properties. Inherits only the parent class getters. Inherits all the parents getters, setters, and methods. You can also use the super keyword to set properties in the parents class. Yeah, that's what I meant, Vinci. I didn't mean to say that you said that it's outdated. I was looking for the comment where you said that using it's all over Angular. The subclass inherits all of the parents' getters, setters, and methods. You can also use super keyword to set properties in the parent class. That makes no sense. Has to be this one, right? because definitely not that one, and definitely not that one. Have I learned the inherit method? What do you mean inherit method? I'm learning inheritance now, but the method? A lot of languages use classes. Python development use classes. Oh yeah, it's like the major thing in Python. The only thing that irks me about this answer is that it says properties and not properties and methods. But you can also use super keyword to set properties in the parent class. And that's the sentence that irks me here. You set the properties in the parent class through the parent class's constructor. Okay, let's guess this one. Okay, so the wording is just weird here. Okay. Okay, so we have a little project on our hands. Actually, two of them. Then we'll have modules, error handling, pair programming. Oh, it's just a short topic. And practice classes. Okay. So before we jump into this project, let's take a little break. 10 minutes as usual. I'm gonna stretch my legs, refill my water, pet my dog, and I'll be back in 10. Well, gals and gallerinos, we are back with the final push of the day. So, congratulations, you become a head. Oh, should probably switch to the studying overlay. There we go. So we've become the head librarian at our local books and stuff, which is in dire need of our help. They're still using index cards to organize their content. Wow, cavemen level. But no matter. You know some JavaScript, so let's get to work modernizing your new digs. Books and Stuffs carries 3 different types of media: books, CDs, and movies. In this project, you will create a parent class named Media with 3 subclasses: movie, book, book, movie, and CD. These 3 subclasses have the following properties and methods. Alright, let's see if we can lickety-split this thing with just this description. Actually, wait. Let's see. So we have an author, that's fine. A title, pages, is checked out, Boolean, initially false. Okay. And ratings, array, initially empty. Getters, all properties have a getter. And methods, get average rating, toggle checkout status. Wait, get average rating, that's fine. Toggle checkout status, we just change it to true or false, and add rating. So we just push the thing. Okay, let's try to write it without looking at the step-by-step thingamabobs. Right. We have book. No, wait, no. We have media as the parent class. All right, let's take a look at what they share. They share a title, right? They share an is checked out, and they share methods: get average rating, toggle checkout status, and add rating. Same thing here: title, is checked out. Ratings are here. And songs. Then we have the same methods. Get average rating, toggle check. All right, so, well, let's make a class called media, right? In our media class, we have a constructor with the following parameters. Title, right? That's shared between all the child classes. Then we have is checked out. Well, we don't have to put that here, I guess. And ratings, which is an array that is initially empty. Okay, so this dot title equals title. And then this dot is checked out is checked out equals to an initially false boolean. And then we have ratings, right? Yes. So this dot ratings equals an array, which is initially empty. All right, so then we have a couple of methods too. Get average rating, toggle checkout status, and add rating. Please don't sit near the camera because you'll make it fall on the ground, Mr. Tor. Why do you look so sad? Just because I don't allow you to sit next to the chair? Come on, go to your bed. Bed. Here, take this hamburger bone and jump into bed. No, you refuse. Okay. Right. So now we just define these methods. They don't have to be static or anything, do they? No. All right, so get average rating. Well, we probably should set wait a sec. Yeah, let's set the getters first. So get title, return this dot title. Then get is checked out, return is checked out, and get ratings return ratings. All right, now we can set our methods. So get average rating. So all we have to do is return we need to add all the values in the array. So let's actually, can we write a function inside our method? Or is there maybe an average method somewhere? Using a for loop. Use the following code. Now there probably isn't a method. Okay. All right, let's just do for num in. Guess this will take in a... No, this won't take in anything. So for, let's do rating in this dot ratings. Result plus equals rating. Right? And then we simply return result divided by this ratings. This ratings dot length. Okay, this should work. I think. Let's test it out. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Media. Let media. Const media 1 equals new media. Lotter. And then media 1. Nope. Console log media 1 dot get average rating. Undefined. Bum, 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 bum. Average, of course. Result is not defined. Oh. Rating is not defined. For... What do you mean it's not defined? Oh, for rating of... What? Am I using the for loop wrong? Oh, yes, I am. Okay, there we go. So... Now we can take this away. And we get 3. Let's check. So... 1 plus, move away please, 1 plus 3 plus 6 plus 10 plus 15. No, not multiplied, divided by 5. Huh? Okay, that's... It's 25. That's 10, 35. 35 divided by 5. You get 7. Not 3. Oh, never mind. We're adding the wrong things. It's 15 divided by 5. That's 3. That's fine. It works. Okay. All right, so we did that. It works. We can empty all of this out. All right, so next one, toggle checkout status. So we essentially just toggle checkout status. And we don't take any arguments. And all we really do is this dot is checked out becomes true. Well, no. Return. No. If this dot check out status equals false. Wait a sec. There was an easy way to write this. Something with an exclamation mark, I think. How do we... Easy JavaScript flip flop flip flop boolean. How to toggle a boolean. Bool equals does not equal bool or true. What? You don't mind the boolean being converted to a number. I do mind. Bool equals bool does not equal true. But which toggles an initial value of null or undefined to false. Let's try this one. Bool equals bool. So in our case, this would be this dot is checked out does not equal, wait, is it like that? Bool equals bool does not equal true. Bool equals, so this checked out does not equal equals this checked out does not equal this is checked out. Right? Let's check. Let's check if it works. Um, so media1 dot is checked out. That gives us false. So now if we do media one dot toggle check out status, it's not a function. No, like this, yeah. And then we do the same thing again. It's still false. Okay, so it doesn't work. It doesn't apply to our scenario. Oh, I'm weird. We actually, all we have to really do is this checked out equals not this is checked out. Right? Wrong. What? Why doesn't this comment out? Excuse me? False, false. Toggle checkout status. Checkout status. Oh, I'm calling it wrong. God damn it. Ah. So. Right. God darn it. False, true. Okay. And if we toggle it again and check it again, should be false, true, false. Yep. Okay. It works. I'm just really bad at checking my own spelling. All right, so this works. We have 2 out of 3, and then we finally have to add rating. So, add rating. We take in the rating, and we simply do this dot ratings dot push rating. Yeah, that should work. Right? Let's again check it out. I'm getting into the habit of checking things out with console logs, but maybe I'm overdoing it in this case. Probably stop deleting the my brain just froze for a second. Should probably stop deleting the initializations of objects, but whatever. Media 1 equals new media. Oops, I did it again. Right, so now if we console log media1 dot ratings, we get 0. All right, so now we just add a rating, media1 dot add rating, and say 5. And then we console log media ratings again. You should be able to see 5. Good. It works. Let's leave this up here this time for further checking. All right, so we got our media class. Then we need to write child classes. Okay. So book, right? Class book. And so we add our own constructor, and add all the parameters that are different. So director, we have title, we add runtime, is checked out will be provided for us, and ratings will be provided for us when we inherit. So then we call these super, and here is the question that I was never answered. Do we have to pass in all? Oh no, we only have to pass in the title. So title, right? Where was it? Where is the super? No, we don't need the curly braces here, first of all. Second of all, class book extends media. There we go. And then we just do this dot director equals director, and this dot runtime equals runtime. So technically we should be able to initialize a book object using this new child class, and it should still have the title sneeze time. Okay, so new book, and we do what? Director and runtime. What about the title? Name. Well, we don't have to reinitialize them here in the child constructor, but it's not really appearing here. So how will it know its title? Right, let's say, okay, let's say Spielberg, and Runtime is, say, 160 minutes. So if I console log book 1, unexpected token, what? Oh, extra parentheses, not needed. Title's not defined. So we have to add a title? Let's say Dungeon Spelunker. I'm misspelling everything. Dungeon Spelunker, Spielber. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Serious music playing in the background now. We are doing some serious stuff. You better not doubt it, or else. Bam! Title, title, title. So like the parent class, for example, it would be, the title equivalent would be name, right? And we don't even pass it in here. What? Info? Publish date? The hell? Song data artist. Super song data. Constructor song data. Okay, here's where I'm having a problem here. Let's duplicate this and go back a few lessons. There. So this is their final, or my final thing. Because like, what if we just console log nurse Olinik? Okay, so she has a name, meaning vacation days and certifications. And the name gets passed. The name is in both the child class constructor and in the super. So maybe we need to have it. Right? I guess we do. It's a little bit unclear, but okay. Okay. So the book, all properties have a getter. We inherit getters for everything except that director and runtime. So we can do get director Turn this direct or correct? I think so. And then get runtime. Turn this runtime. Okay. And book will inherit all of these methods from its parent class, so we don't need to write them. Oh, wait. Get author, not director. We're writing a book. Book. And not runtime. God damn it, I was looking at the movie. Actually, you know what? We already changed it so much. Might as well just rename this as movie. Because director, title, runtime. Right? And just do movie. And movie. And movie. So everything else should be fine for this movie thing. The ratings, properties have getters, and we have all of these. All right, let's actually write a book now. Write a book class. Book extends media instructor. So we will do title, author, pages. Is checked out will be inherited and ratings will be inherited. So then we do super title and then this oh, never mind. The purpose of the super here is to initialize the parent's constructor properties the same way as here. So if we were to do title and then like we only have title right now, but if we did, we should probably do everything else too, no? Is checked out in ratings. Oh wait, we already have access to that. Okay. Can we just do an empty super? No. What? I literally did nothing. Oh, it's not happy about this one. Console log movie 1. Oh. Right. It has access to the title. It has access to the parents' parameters as well. Even though we only gave it the title. But I mean, okay. Or do we only give it whatever is in the parent's constructor? And everything else gets given implicitly. It's a little bit confusing. So this author equals author, and this pages equals pages. Right, so that should take care of the parameters. Now we just add the getters. You can copy paste them probably from here. Instead of get director, we will get author. And instead of runtime, we will do pages. Pages. There we go. Nothing's broken so far. All right. And then it will also have the same methods, so we don't have to add any. All right, finally, last class. Class CD extends media and constructor. We need artist, certist, artist. Is checked out ratings, songs. Okay, so song. Let's. Huh. If we do songs. I'm thinking what makes more sense, you know? To either populate, to make whoever is adding new artists populate the song's array upon initialization, or add a method to allow for adding songs later. I guess we'll add a method, and then we can whoever is initializing the object can add songs later. So it's just artist. So super title, and then this. Oh, wait a sec. Artist and title. Oh, title of the CD. Oh, okay. I got confused. Like, what title? Artist. So we do this. Artists. Artist. And that's basically it. Except for the getters, which we can copy and paste again. Let's add a little bit more space here. We can copy and paste this, and instead, well, actually, we can just delete that one entirely because we only need one. So, get artist and this. Okay, so it has artist, it has title, which it will inherit, and then it's checked out as well, ratings as well, and songs, an array of songs. Oh right, yeah, forgot about that one. So this dot songs equals an empty array. So we can have two methods actually. So get songs, which will return this dot songs, and then we can have a method add song, or we can do like title length, song title length. That's it, right? Yeah. And we simply push that onto the array. Yeah, so this songs dot push, let's say push it as an object, title length. Yeah, okay, that looks about right. Okay, so let's test it out. Let's do const song1 equals new song and write song new CD. So all we have to do is provide the artist. Is it? No, it's not. We have to provide everything. We have to provide the artist. So let's say Snoop, right? We provide an artist. Songs will be initialized. And the CD title. DAP every day. Okay. It's not happy in line 61 about the super. Again, title is not defined. What do you mean title is not defined? It's defined everywhere else. Oh, right. We also have to add it here. Okay, so now if we do console log dot, so it should be CD1, not song1. We get title, DAP every day is checkout false. We get the ratings, we get the artist, and we get the songs. Now let's check out if adding songs works. So cd1 dot add, where was it? Add song. Woke up this morning, and the length would be like, I don't know, 3 minutes. Let's add a couple of songs. I want to see how they look in the array. Blap is 1 minute long, and then we have Oop, which will be 2 minutes long. And so if we console log cd1 again, what if we log cd1 dot songs? We need to log that. Hello. We get the same thing. Why is it title? Oh, because we can do this dot title, right? No. What about just this title? No, still not. That's interesting. Okay, well, you know what? Whatever. We can just push another array with, say, like, we'll do like title. Title and length. All right, so there we go. Title blap, length 1. Let's delete that. Clarity. All right, so we get songs, basically an array within an array. I would like to get them as like objects, maybe, but I wonder if we could write another class called song, and then we probably could instantiate new object, initialize new class objects within another class. You know, that's a good question. Let's try it. Class. We'll do song. It doesn't necessarily have to extend media. Well, it could. It has a title. Has ratings. Okay, let's do it. Extends media. So we need a constructor with or we could extend CD. Because technically that would be the parent class, right? CD. So then we do title. And length. Yeah, length. And our super will just have a title. So this dot title, oh, title equals title, and this tos, this dot length equals length. All right, cool. Probably write getter methods for it too. Get title. Boom, 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 boom. This and length. Length. Come on. Brain think. All right, so length, title, artist. What? Title. Bro. Okay, so now can we, is the question, $100 question, can we push an object of song into an object of CD? Probably. The question is of syntax. How do we do that? Bum 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 bum. Come on, think ball. Push What if we do new and just do song, right? With title, length. Can we do that? Oh my god, we can! Song, song, song. Title, blab, checkout. Wow, that's awesome. This is amazing. I love object programming so much. It's confusing as hell at times, but I love it. Especially when you can, like, really model real life objects like this. Wait, except our song object has inherited song. An artist? Okay, I guess we'll have to tomorrow check out how to prevent certain parameters from being inherited by the children class. All right. Either way, I would consider this project done. Well, actually, okay, we'll finish it tomorrow. We'll finish it tomorrow, and we will. To finish it tomorrow, I'm gonna write a note here. Find out how to prevent child classes from inheriting things. From inheriting certain things. All right, because that's pretty much the only gripe that I have. Gripe? Yeah, gripe. That I have with our result here. Is that the song object has inherited also artist, songs, and length. Well, length is fine, but songs and artist. Okay. So we are done for the